Hello friends, welcome to NECC Overwatch. My name is Jeff, here with Chef Billy for our final week that you will catch us on a Thursday night, and the final time that you will see me and Billy casting NECC Overwatch from the comfort of our own homes. We will be live and in person next week for May Madness, for the excitement and all of the hype that brings. But hey, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We've got some exciting stuff coming up for you right here, right now.
I mean, hello. We are going to be there in Arlington. This is going to be a fantastic time. We cannot wait to meet each and every one of you out there. Just so you know, we are like a couple of schoolgirls that just got pretty piley pockets. I mean, just let's go. But we got a big night of championships and people punching their tickets tonight. So let's take a look at our schedule coming out the gate. We've got a couple of Florida Civil War going on here between the Thunderbirds Green and Florida Poly Phoenixes. That's going to start us off. We got a lot of good information coming in on those two teams. Then Florida Tech, more from the Panhandle State, going up against the team that we saw punch their ticket in this game last week. It is Robert Morris Academy White. And then our good friend Sam and Two Try Hard Ray are going to close out the night with some Texas A&M Giga Maggies going up against the Slugs. Cannot wait to see how this goes down. This is going to be a great night.
I think your internet censored you on the word slugs like it was a bad word. I mean, I kind of understand. I mean, like, the slugs just take it to them, you know? Like, you do not want to get slugged. Like, that's certainly what the Aggies are hoping to avoid. But that is, of course, going to be at the cap of our night a little bit later on. First, let's talk about this matchup. This Florida rivalry between the Thunderbirds out of, let me get this right, Florida Gulf Coast University out of Fort Myers, taking on Florida Poly. These schools are about 2.5 hours away, Billy. We know that they have some built-in friendship and rivalry to boot.
I mean, Florida Polycon is what happened, and I hope that I didn't just reference something that's completely inappropriate with that. But, yeah.
Oh, it's a nerd convention. Yeah.
It's a nerd convention. Okay, well, we'll go with that. But they actually invited the Thunderbirds down, and they had a chance to meet each other in person. Got to hang out, do gamer things, and then they got probably 4-0 by Florida Poly. So, you know what? Friendly rivalry, lots of respect between the two teams. You had a chance to talk to both, a captain and a manager from each side. So much good stuff. Chef, let's go through a little bit of that.
While we're doing it, we can pull up the bracket here so y'all can just kind of see what we're expecting throughout the day. I'll lay out a little bit what these two teams told me. I talked with Aparo Trek, who's the manager for the Thunderbirds, start things off. I'm saying that they've had their most successful year by far. I mean, that's reflected in a 5-1 record coming out of fall, 6-1 record then in spring, and that this team has just shown tremendous growth, particularly here in spring of 24. But you know what, Billy? That they seem to always fall short there at the end. They came in second place after a 6-map grand finals loss back in fall, and then a heartbreaking 5-map loss to finish third here in this most recent spring semester.
I mean, it's almost like Bugs Bunny always says, always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Yeah, they're certainly feeling that, no doubt.
They're feeling it. So they need to get themselves back together. Then you can take a look at the rest of the bracket. I mean, there is some serious competition going on here. Both these teams, by the way, look at their rankings, 10 and 15th respectively. They have put in some work to get where they are here in the quarterfinals of the National Challengers Tournament. So there's also a couple other names. If we're looking up there, UPRM, University of Puerto Rico, Mayagüez, the green team has made it through to the national quarterfinals. Illinois State, just about, 5 hours from me here in the middle of the country, and Purdue Steel. Lots of good teams from there. And then we'll take a look at Champlain College Baja and University of Wisconsin. I believe that's St. Paul Esports. Almost looks like Fisher's logo.
It is Fisher's logo.
95,000. Yeah. Copyright infringement! Copyright infringement!
Everybody's got Fisher's logo. ISU is using Fisher's logo. Yeah, no.
It's great.
It may just be a graphical thing. No, don't sue nobody. All right, y'all. We're just. But I do want to narrow our focus back down into this match because I talked about what an important year the Thunderbirds have had, and that just culminates into nationals here being that much more just vital to this team. And while we're doing that, let's go ahead and pull up their starting roster, because I do want to talk about their tank player. Zed's Dead is the newest addition to this squad and has been a real boon to this squad, but is also graduating this year. Congratulations, by the way. But I know the Thunderbirds are wanting to go out on top. Leave on a high note here for their tank player.
Yeah, I mean, that is, something that I've been looking at, and, it's kind of bittersweet that maybe they just found the team. I mean, I would love to dive even more into that. Pronunciations. I was looking at it when I pulled up the team sheet. It's not British Dino, it's British Dino.
Yes.
So I will be saying that all night long, just as a point of honor.
You knock yourself out.
I will be saying that all night. Yeah, right, man. I'm gonna do it. But the rest of the squad, I mean, you've got another receiver. I mean, British is also going to be graduating here as also a senior. Then we got some younger players on this team as well. They did go 6-1 in this regular season, yes. So they've had a lot of success on the back of Zeds joining the squad in the third place playoff finish, as you said. So we'll see. We also, they also had a chance to play this Robert Morris team that we'll see later on tonight. They 3-0'd them in the round of 16. That is a pretty good accomplishment considering how well RMU played last week. We shall see what we shall see. Let's take a look at the Phoenix squad from Florida Polytechnic. And I tell you what, this is going to be a fun little matchup here. I mean, Music, Blur, Qubit, Hidden Enigma, also known as, and you told me who the name was, and it has completely spaced me, Hasbo. And then Aquatic coming there at the very end. So Qubit, the captain of this Phoenix squad, has a lot to say about the team. Very proud of their Phoenixes, and I cannot wait to see how this translates into gameplay, because they're friends not only in the game but also outside as well, Jeff.
Well, you were talking about Florida Poly invited the Thunderbirds from Florida Gulf Coast University down, and they played in person, and that was, Qubit had really nothing but good things to say. When I was talking to him about their team, he was saying just how wonderful the players from the Thunderbirds were, how wonderful that their manager, Paratrek, was, and it was just how awesome an event that was. But I mean, in the humbleness, Qubit did not mention that they also 4-0'd the Thunderbirds in that. Said that they happened to win that one, but I learned it was a 4-0 from the other side. It was the chip on the shoulder there from the Thunderbirds of where I learned the actual score there. And despite Florida Poly's 1-6 record out of spring season, apparently, like, they are a postseason team, Billy. They also 2-0 Thunderbirds in the last chance qualifier. That's why we're seeing them here now, and they seem to have, just the Thunderbirds number. It seemed to be the Achilles heel of the Thunderbirds Green squad.
But let's talk about what's happened so far throughout the entirety of this NECC championship season. There has been a lot of upsets, and I'm feeling it today. It is in the air. I've got that little sixth chef sense, as I call it, when I start smelling an upset in the air, or maybe a reversal of fortunes. It just feels like this might be Thunderbirds' day to take the Phoenixes down finally and get some sweet, sweet revenge.
The Thunderbirds are certainly hoping so. Fingers crossed. Let's take a look at where we're going to start off our match today. We had Anarch Peninsula banned out by our home squad of the Thunderbirds. Florida Poly banned out. What did they ban out? I wrote that they banned out themselves. They banned out Oasis. I wrote that Florida Poly banned Florida Poly. That's what was in my notes, Billy. This is going to be a day. This is going to be a day. Well, that leaves us with Nepal. This was the choice of the Thunderbirds. Oh my!
Oh boy!
Oh my!
Nepal. This is going to be a great day. A nice, that great observing from Carolyn. Yep, that's what we feel right now. A couple of
I feel attacked. I feel attacked.
Carolyn is absolutely sending us a message. Thank you so much for the beautiful pictures that you always give us. We love our Carolyn here. We also love our hippie who's producing the whole thing. Oh, my goodness. But we're going to start out here on Shrine. And I tell you what, looking at basically what we're seeing here, mobility is going to be kind of favored here for these Phoenixes. Whereas we're looking for the Thunderbirds, maybe a little bit more sustained, maybe a bit more chance to poke out. We're going to look for Cannoli to get themselves in with that Reaper and see what they can get done against a Ramatra. It might force out Nemesis form early. That's kind of what you're playing for. When you're playing the Reaper into a Ramatra composition, one, you have the escapability with your Shadow Step, and be able to wraith away, kind of being able to get in the back line with your teleport into the back. So there's a lot here. And it's two
it looks
different
like a lot
ideas.
of front-loaded damage.
It could be.
Thunderbirds, it looks like you're pouring all your resources right up front. Or the Reaper with the Orisa to just try to run down anything in your way. It also means you might leave one Beazle a little bit on their own on a flank angle. We'll see how much British Dino wants to go support them on the Lucio. We'll also see what happens to the other side. Florida Poly, we're pulling out a Ramatra comp with a Sumatra, and they're showing a Symmetra to get out of spawn. I imagine Blur's going to switch over to a Tracer. In which case, one Beazle could be in a lot of trouble on that flank angle.
Either the Tracer or the Sombra. I've seen a lot of Sombra come with this composition. I've also seen Genji sometimes as well. If they're expecting, it just depends on what flavor the Phoenixes want to go out with this. I would expect the Tracer coming out. So we shall see what they've got. So here we go. Quarterfinals starting right now, and yes, in fact, Blur does go over to that Tracer.
Dean being on the Baptiste is also a pretty good indicator that Thunderbirds are putting a lot of investment just in Zed's dead here on the front line. Keep the Orisa up and just force everybody out in front of them like a bulldozer. So far, haven't been able to do much, just kind of match face-to-face here around the center pillar to start things off on Shrine. Early shield usage, early recall usage from Blur. Still playing around those flank angles, so that could be an issue on the outside. You can see Thunderbirds are feeling the pressure. They're going to have to back up down the stairs. Now find themselves out in the open where they're easily picked by music. 2 kills, first kills, going Florida Poly's way. They're going to take first fight.
It was just a little bit passive from them. You need to get Cannoli into a lot better position, maybe a speed, maybe looking for a cheeky teleport, maybe around the outside of Elephant on the Mega there, and then work your way around back there, wait for your cooldowns to come back. Also, one Beazle needs to be a lot more accurate. We're looking at the differences between these two teams. Music is a good 30% ahead of him.
I think Blur's hiding around underneath him, has the pulse bomb ready to go. Dropped it in the back. Oh, didn't quite find they were looking for. Florida Poly. Thought they had an easy opening. Thunderbirds wiping the sweat off their brow, but they've lost Dean to the Nemesis punches. The main source is sustained, the immortality field along with it, all back in spawn and just watching the tank die from afar.
Yep, and this is, once again, it's got to be one Beazle getting some poke, getting a different angle, changing the line of sight, and that's a great pick there on Aquatic.
I think it's the first pick from the Thunderbirds in the entirety of this submap, which would be the series, actually, if we want to get technical. They need to move fast on this, though. They were a little slow on their first attack. They've got to pick up the speed and get in here and take advantage of this, Billy.
It's the mobility. Once again, I'm talking mobile compositions versus a static front-loaded side. Yep, they already get the Consider Rush out. This fight is almost over.
It's definitely a difficult thing for the Thunderbirds to run into. Sound barrier used to try to negate with an Ant Matrix on high from D. Then's dead, using the Javelin Spin to get inside. Pops the Terror Surge, nothing to really combo with it. Aquatic, well, the sound barriers are to fade. Music from the outside, pops an Overclock. Annihilation in tow.
Oh.
But that Blossom appears out of nowhere. Cannoli falls from the heavens and takes out 2 with them. Sends 2 right into the grave. Thunderbirds grab their first percentage of the day.
Yeah, but it cost them 4 ultimates in the extended fight, so they're only going to have this Overclock coming up. Blur has another Pulse Bomb online. The good thing for the Thunderbirds, though, is that Pauly also heavily invested into that fight, and so the Pulse Bomb, as long as your immortality field is on cooldown, you should be able to survive it.
Ooh, nice stick there for Blur to open things up. What a satisfying, just little pop on the screen. Now Dean has got a pair of pulse pistols in their back. Nice little juke, drops down low. Blur's just gonna blink around to the outside. Meanwhile, Cannoli's able to use that time to find one of their own. 4v3 for Florida Poly at the moment. A lot of healing going through to make sure Cubit is able to stay on 2 feet. They're going to use that Nemesis form in that process as well. Cannoli tried to push him, but ran into a hail of damage between Hidden Enigma combined with music. Weasel gets their Overclock shut down on the outside. Florida Poly are in firm control. 90% on the board and on track to take the first submap.
That should be it. There's going to be a couple of last-second touches here, but it's all but done. They put out the effort of the Ant Matrix. We'll see if they get anything out of it. Actually, Zed does.
Yeah, Zed's able to get 1 and has Cannoli here with them. So a couple of sturdy players still left on the battlefield. Zed goes down, though, not sturdy enough. Cannoli races in deep. They're taken care of, and Overtime continues as British Dino able to get a touch. Nobody else is close enough, though. Florida Poly able to deal with the stragglers and hang on for their first point here on Nepal.
I mean, this is just a difference in theories, in compositional styles. You're looking for the front-loaded damage coming out from Thunderbirds, and then you're looking, I mean, the Phoenixes are like, okay, well, you've got all this punching power up front, so we're just going to circle around you. What a sneaky jump scare there from Cannoli. Got the work done and actually gets the flip. But then they just were not able to capitalize on the back end. I think that one Beazle, I don't know if they had enough time in the aim lab or not, but they seemed a little bit passive there on Shrine as we head into Sanctum. Oh boy, I like Reaper here, but I still think that you're going to have a problem with all this mobility coming from the Phoenixes.
And a lot more off angles to play here in Sanctum. So Cannoli's going to bring out the Ash. Like this, just sit at long range here on coast side. Try to control bridge. Whoever control bridge tends to control the point. A lot of early cooldowns. Use that as Zed's dead there. Use both Fortify and Javelin Spin to try to get position, but Gibbet just throws the hands up in Nemesis form. Taking a lot less damage and, well, not very immovable either. Not gonna get pushed off the side. Somehow Music, I guess, went around to the back and gets found out from behind. Now there's only 2 left on the point. Blur was playing an off angle, gets popped. That Zed moves, it gets booped off the bridge. Quatic trying to even this fight back up, and Thunderbirds grab control of the objective.
They do, but I mean, I believe the Cupid's going to go down here as long as the healing is kind of denied there. Aquatic going down, that's a huge pick, and they've actually got first control of the point. They're going to go and play on point here, Jeff, but yeah, I mean, Cupid's in a world of hurt here.
They just managed to pick up one with a little help from Blur. Oh, no! One good turn deserves another. That was quite the spear. That's dead. Energy Javelin just immediately turning the tide of this fight. No shot. Florida finally take this now.
Nope, and Zed is just about up to a Terror Surge, so this is going to be a great amount of sustain for them to hold choke point here, as long as they get up in their time. They've also got the Ant Matrix almost online, Jeff, so there's a lot here. For them, it looks like one Beazle's starting to find the range as well.
Terror Surge and Ant Matrix, kind of nasty, kind of underrated, especially you can stick Rum Beazle behind that Ant Matrix. You got a lot to shoot at. Oh! Gibet just runs right through the double damage window. The Terror Surge does eventually come out. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Kitsune Rush completely devalued by Zed's dead in the midst of all of this. Beautiful finish onto Music. Thunderbirds green hold on through the big ultimate from Florida Poly.
Oh, Jeff, that was pretty. That was pretty. It was pretty brutal as well. Yeah, we'll take that 2-for-1 trade all day long. And now you've got Bob, so you've got a placeholder for the point. Blur has been looking for this pulse bomb and has not been able to get it out yet.
Well, Thunderbirds really wanting to find themselves here in Nationals, really prove themselves against who has been their biggest rival and their hardest team to take down. One more fight. Thunderbirds will close this map out 100-0. Bob on the point. Try to make that happen. Second sound barrier now out for British Dino, and everybody got it. Cubit's in a world of hurt. Has to pop it in Nemesis form just to hold. Puts the hands up. Immortality Field used. Still, Cubit is in this fight and still threatening on the outskirts with those deadly tendrils. Music with an overclock. Finds one shot. Finds 2 shot. Dino so low. Somehow, British Dino is able to survive through that. Jump shot doesn't hit the mark. Dean, still though, has to take cover. Can't quite keep Zed's dead. Topped off with a looming threat of Music on this point. And Florida Poly rip control away.
I mean, it cost them a lot, though. It cost them 3 ultimates just to flip the point. Now you're coming up on another Ant Matrix from Dean. And the Terror Surge was extremely satisfying last time for Zed's dead. But you did put out both DPS ultimates here from Green, so I think the Thunderbirds need to be a little bit patient as they approach this point. Try to bait out this Pulse Bomb from Blur.
One Beazle baited it. Pulse Bomb used.
Well, that's pretty efficient, and thank you for following my lead. I appreciate it very much.
And Enigma's going to follow up with one. So this is just Thunderbirds have to sit and wait and hope they don't bleed out anymore.
I mean, take some damage. See if you can get British Dino up close to a sound barrier. I mean, you can take a little bit of poke damage here. I got British. British, what you doing, man? What you going on the flank for? No! I told you I was going to do it.
I respect it. I respect it. Commit to the bit. Nice teleport around. Clever move here from Thunderbirds to get this rotation. Whoa, that was close, Zed. Zed barely kept one of those horse hooves on dry ground. Almost found themselves at the business end of a boot from Aquatic for a second time. And Matrix does force Thunderbirds back, and they have to use their immortality field to make sure they can get back safely. Oh man, they retreat all the way back through this archway.
Yeah, but it's a tactical retreat, isn't it? I mean, they're waiting for cooldowns. Now you're coming up on this British Dino sound barrier. I mean, you're going to have the overclock coming up as well. It's going to be a race for that between One Buzzle and Music, and then Aquatic. I mean, they might get a late sound barrier if they're lucky.
Yeah, I think Thunderbirds are looking for the perfect fight here. That sound barrier is now on light and ready to go. They're looking to push out the right-hand side. Try and decide if they want to use the teleport to get out. Eventually going to drop it. Air into the backline they go. Try to rush down Music. Terror Surge using that endeavor as well. Immortality Field gone, and Florida Poly are running out of resources to stay alive. Running out of heads here on the battlefield. We're headed to round 3, y'all.
This was a perfect fight for them. Yeah, Aquatic, you were dead to rights. They knew you were there. And they finally do get that cleanup done. Nice switch there, by the way, from Cannoli. Showing us some different looks there. Not only the Ash, but then swapping over to a completely different skill set in the Symmetra. They were able to kind of bamboozle this Phoenix's squad. Florida Poly didn't have an answer in the end game. So Village will be the ultimate match here, or ultimate sub-map here, as we will close out. Nepal, see who's going to take our 1-0 lead here.
And it's kind of somewhere in the middle, right? Like this map, it feels somewhere between Shrine and Sanctum as far as you have some range to work with, like you do on Sanctum. I mean, Shrine has just like 0 range to work with, but you also have this really tight space in the middle that is the objective. So I could see Cannoli pulling that Reaper back out. Lure showing us the Reaper.
Yeah, I like the main look here. If they're going to stay with that, and if Cannoli actually commits to the bit here, which I think they will, they can set up their own. Oh, this is going to be a Symmetra battle. We haven't seen one of these forever.
This is a very interesting matchup. No Kiriko on the battlefield for one. Love these comps. A little bit of the old Ice Queen. Dueling Orisas. Stationed very far away from each other, mind you. Both Orisas are back in their own quarters of this pseudo-boxing ring we have in the middle of Village. Mortality field used early. Thunderbirds might try to take advantage of this. See if they can push and get a kill on the back of it. Teleport now used. It's an escape teleporter. Oh, and it's a good one. It spots off Blur, trying to come around that flank side. They're able to keep that flank clean. Unfortunately, they lose one Beazle in the process. A wall had put Blur in a difficult position, but got the heals. They're able to escape despite the energy javelin from Zed's dead. Thunderbirds are going to drop another one. Florida Poly get an early ultimate, and they should grab this control back.
3K out of Music, hello. And I mean, they did have to invest that Amp Matrix, though, Jeff. So that's going to be something that we look forward to coming down the line. You're going to have both support ultimates ready to go for Thunderbirds into this fight. And Zed's got this Terror Surge, so you bait Immortality, and then it's pretty much game over. One Beazle over to a Junkrat. I like this pick.
Interesting. We're talking about the boxing ring that is the Village point. Certainly effective down there, the Junkrat would be. I don't know why I'm talking backwards. Everybody went up high. Florida Poly just going to play this for a bit. You can see they're reluctant to drop down. They eventually do endear. Dean is there to greet them. Coalescence. Top barrier coming out from Music. They try to push in and take down Zed's dead. Sound barrier to protect him. Cubit trying to overwhelm that with a Terror Surge. Javelin lands, but Dean still had a little bit of shielding left, looking no worse for wear. Cubit playing a better ring around the Rosie while there's a Terror Surge on point out of their counter. But Blur has a Death Blossom. There's a tornado of terror on this objective, and Florida Poly maintain.
I mean, they get out the Photon Barrier, they get out both support ultimates. I mean, a Hidden Enigma, what I thought might have been just a risky use of the Amp Matrix in the first fight, now is at 80% and climbing towards the next one. So that's going to be making this this approach here from the Thunderbirds extremely scary. Zed's dead. Over to the Zarya. So let's see how the bubble management goes.
And see how the survivability goes. Once those bubbles are gone, I mean, Zarya has no armor. It'll be very easy pickings for a Raper. You can see Blur knows it. Hunting down their prize. Will center for Cannoli, who's swapped to that same hero. And it's a quick 2 picks here for Florida Poly. Only cleanup necessary. A tire used to try to bring this back, and One Beazle's going to find 2 with it, but Zed's dead. Not able to find healing before eventually getting popped by Cosmo. And still Florida Poly hang on despite the tire.
I don't know about this Zarya pick, Jeff. I'm not so sure about this one, but we'll see how they're able to go. They're going to go back over to the trusty Sojourn. So, I mean, you've got a ton of damage here. If Zed can find out a way to manage to keep some charge going on, this could be a very interesting last fight.
That's got to find some squishies to melt down. You're no good against the Orisa. Oh, I mean, if you guys get the Orisa that low right out of the gate, never mind. Cubit apparently got ambushed a bit, but still Blur's able to find one in the thick of that. The corner trying to use that Zarya beam to good effect. But, well, I mean, Aquatic does eventually go down. Oh, this is just getting messy on this point. But Florida Poly are back on top. Manoli trying to see if they can cut him down at the knees. Looking for the Baptiste out of the backline, but the protection's just too good. Hidden Enigma doesn't need protection. Able to protect themselves with that triple shot. Finds 2 kills, both with headshots, both on the DPS. Florida Poly standing tall. A lot of it on the back of their incredible backline. No surprise. I think that Cosmo gets play of the game here. And this is when they could have dropped that, losing 2 to Tire. And still they're able to hang on through that fight because of the great positioning out of the supports. Good aim coming out from Hidden Enigma as well. Now, I will say the last submap was a lot of fun to watch. I did like the variety of compositions that we were getting. That's something we're seeing a lot of here lately. Still a little bit too much Orisa for my liking. I mean, the Zarya was fun. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out. No idea what happened to my co-caster. I'm not even sure if y'all can still hear me, but, you know. Alright, we're working on getting Billy back in here. Y'all don't worry about it. Not a big deal. Don't worry your pretty heads. No big deal at all. This was a good one in Thunderbirds. I mean, they fought hard, especially on the Sanctity. They looked good with working the long range. Unfortunately, Florida Poly, they kind of beat him out when it comes to that rush style, the brawl style that we were seeing. You know, when you get into the Orisa mirror, when we're getting into the Reapers, we're getting up close and personal. And Florida Poly definitely seemed to have the edge in that regard. We saw it both on Shrine and then there again on Village. And of course, leading into Map 2. Map 2 is headed to Escort. Thunderbirds will get map pick. Now, Florida Poly will get a chance to ban out a map first, and then Thunderbirds will get a ban as well. And then Thunderbirds will get map pick, and Florida Poly can choose time of day and sides. We've also added the ability that we can choose, I think we can, anything else we can choose just time of day? We can't choose holiday maps. We did add time of day. Okay. Yeah. Just shake things up a little bit. With that, let's keep in mind what we saw. What did Thunderbirds do well? They played distance well. Like they tried to do this front end heavy kind of comp early. Just get beat out at close on that one. And then when they move over to a little bit more range, playing a little bit more rotations, I think they did really well. I do think they're looking for the perfect fight, maybe a little bit too much. I think there are times where they're hesitating because it's not quite the perfect moment. It feels like they really want to have all their ducks in a line, you know, the total eclipse before they hit the go button. And I think that hesitation might have cost them a fight or two that they otherwise could have won. So I'll be keeping an eye on that as we head into Escort. See if Thunderbirds get a little bit more proactive in their compositions. Of course, that all depends on what compositions they're running, because your win condition varies depending on what you're going up against. Playing fast isn't always good, but making the tempo is certainly one way you can throw off your opponent. We're also working on some tech issues here, getting my lovely, handsome co-host back in here with us. We are starting to get some of our map information coming through. We had Shambhala Monastery banned out by the Thunderbirds, and Gibraltar, Watchpoint Gibraltar, banned out by Florida Poly. So interesting. I thought Well, no, I mean, Shambhala does still get a little... It's not quite Circuit Royale long sight lines, right? Like, it's long, narrow sight lines. Yep, there it is. It is Circuit Royale. Actually is the pick. Okay, so my original philosophy is accurate. Thunderbirds do want to lean into a bit more range, a bit more of their hit scan players. I'm curious to see how Florida Poly adapt to this. And just at this point, we just don't know what... We have such a small sample size in these teams. We don't know what the strengths are. If Blur and Music have really strong hit scans, then Thunderbirds could be playing right into Florida Poly's hands. They probably know a bit better than I do. They have played 6 maps against each other. Florida Poly have won all 6 maps. These two teams, the times these two teams have faced off this year. But what that does mean is the Thunderbirds would at least know what kind of maps they like to play, what kind of comps they like to play. Now, that was back in March, so that was before... Ooh. No, it was still Season 9, so it was still after those changes. The majority of changes were in effect, so meta hasn't changed too much in the Season 10. We have seen some small shifts, but it's not the drastic overhaul that we saw moving into Season 9. And I believe... both matchups between these two teams have been since then, so it would be accurate time that the Thunderbirds would have with their opponents of Florida Poly, at least as far as useful stuff heading into this match. What kind of maps they like to play, what kind of comps they like to play. Oh, we are getting a bit of a sub. We have Spook 6 coming in for British Dino. Excuse me, that's Spooks going to DPS. And Cannoli going to support, and British Dino moving out. So it's a little bit of a 3-way musical chairs going on here. I mean, I thought Cannoli, I mean, they had a pretty good look there, but maybe more of the close range specialist. So maybe with Spook 6 coming in, we're looking at some double hit scan coming out. That would be my guess as we move into map number 2. Efficient roster here. We're seeing the Thunderbirds utilizing all 6 of the players they have on their roster. Gotta love it. Thunderbirds will be starting us off on the defense, and indeed, theory confirmed. Spook 6 walking out on a Widowmaker here to start things off. Pretty typical poke composition. No real surprises other than Wombeezel. I might have expected Wombeezel on an Ashe or a Hanzo. You don't really get the Sojourn very often here on Circuit. But, I'm one of those people. It's kind of maybe that's old news. Sojourn is just always powerful, right? You can't ever go wrong with Sojourn like on any map. Almost like Tracer. You can almost just not go wrong with Sojourn Tracer. But. All right, Florida Poly. That's what you got in the poke compositions. Keep it on the Sigma. That is not a teleport out of spawn. Music is going to use this Symmetra to move Florida Poly around the map and immediately pounce onto the back line. And this is what you're going to do with a Sojourn. Oh my goodness, Spook 6 caught completely off guard. I'm not even sure they got a shot off before Cubit is in their face with Hyperspheres aplenty. And this is a wicked fast ambush out of Florida Poly. What a blitzkrieg assault on the first point here. Still waiting to get Billy back in here, which means you're going to get pauses. I can't just talk infinitely, y'all. I got to give myself a chance to breathe in these kind of moments. Just let the game speak for itself. We're going to get a one and done here on point A. Plenty of time to come contest. Nobody's got ults. This is really a shooting ground. Wombeezel and Spook 6, if they can get an opening pick, be ideal here for the defense of the Thunderbirds. That's inching awfully close, though, and Zeds can't even get there to contest. Points picked up. The kills are late. Wombeezel and Spook 6 will add a couple of tallies to their overall E-lens, but unfortunately, Florida Poly add a point to the board. Now we're starting to come up on some ultimates. Now you got to start getting scared if you're Thunderbirds. What are Florida Poly going to have? Are they tracking this photon barrier? Because Music is definitely very aggressive and loves to teleport this team into the backline. You get a photon barrier and they're going to drop that right in between your tank and your supports. Nice shot from Spook 6. That almost stopped Florida Poly in their tracks. They couldn't quite get the final blow. Oh, shot! Immortality Field taken out of the mix very early. Cubit. Everybody really low from Florida Poly. And Matrix now up in the backline here from the defense. Cubit eats a rock. Was trying to hide away to get rid of the Discord orb. Transcendence now popped from Cannoli, the giver of such trouble over to Cubit. But Florida Poly managed to get themselves all top back up and drop a Gravitic Flux of their own. Zed just gets deleted. 2 points on the board. Tons of time in the bank. And Florida Poly look unstoppable on Circuit Royale. Remember, friends, Florida Poly were 1-6 in the spring season. Thunderbirds the exact opposite, 6-1. I mean, that would lead you to believe Florida Poly are massive underdogs in this fight, but no. Quite the opposite, right? Quite the contrary. All right, teleporter used here a little early out of music. How much time do you got left? Oh, they do have another one ready to go. Are they going to try to get right back up into that window? That's exactly where they're going. Everybody ambushes up top. No safe hiding for Cannoli. This is not a Zen safe space. Omnix will be attacked on sight, as will Baptiste, apparently. Music throws down the alt fire. Zed's Dead emerges, hoping to try to thwart the onslaught, but the sound barrier from Florida Poly and the war drums, the war music is playing loud here. Still, Thunderbirds have stabilized ever so slightly. Blur's gonna use the overclock. Oh, see if they can cut this tree down. Find Spook with it. Has to duck around the corners. One Beazle landed a couple shots from the Ash. Ant Matrix now in the back. Forces Florida Poly to sweat a little bit. Still, Aquatic's able to get in the back line and find that final blow onto One Beazle. Photon Barrier on the point, blocking a lot of damage coming out from Zed's Dead. You still have Cubit here alongside Music, putting out a world of hurt. This is Florida Poly pushing this card all the way in. That F1 card never stopped, Billy. This was flawless. They didn't lose a single fight.
Oh, my word. Sorry for the technical difficulties. My Bluetooth just went completely out the door. Can't even find it on my computer anymore. But I'm back, baby, and we are going to get this all taken care of. That is a monumental, a gargantuan time bank, and Music is absolutely disgusting on this Symmetra.
The teleports are just so nicely timed. Like, the placement of it is what I would expect. Like, I was thinking, okay, you're going to do this. But it was just the timing on it. Music would kind of stall out and wait just until, I'm not sure if it was One Beazle or Spook who was holding up in that window. Maybe it was even Cannoli. But they just until they start to turn and back away. And as soon as they start to disengage from the window, Florida Poly, well, I mean, Music drops that teleporter in there. The entirety of the Phoenixes go storming up there. Find Cannoli on the Zen. I mean, it was just... And we saw that time and time again. The timing was spectacular on those teleports.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And you know what? They're going to show them a different look here. They're probably going to be expecting said Symmetra once again. And they're going to be greeted by a pulse rifle to the face. 2 hit scans here for the Phoenixes on defense. So it looks like they might be giving up the first corner. And Zed is going to... their bubble be completely disintegrated with all this front-loaded damage.
Stop the payload.
This is... interesting look. How does Zed control space with the Winston against all of this hit scan? That left-hand side is the first obvious spot, but you're going to take a lot of damage up there, and you can't sit there for long. Slow and steady approach here thus far. Spook 6 does have a good position up on that high ground. Here comes Zed up top, and yep, there's all that damage I was talking about.
Well, now it's all about, well, okay, they've got mobility, though, and that's something that's actually good on their side. This Discord orb, it's kind of odd. Not a lot of protection for the backline, so we got to be watching our flanks here. Spook 6, though, I want to see how they deal with this. The barrier's gone for now. Tries to get the pot shot off, but for me, it's going to come up to One Beazle here. Yeah, they know that they're there. So, I mean, the cooldown management's going to have to be good. They're going to have to get in and get the damage down in a hurry.
He's just controlling space. Yeah, One Beazle's not able to. You got to respect that Zenyatta and can land those orbs so much easier after Season 9. Can't underestimate how much damage a Zen can do, Billy. Especially to a Tracer.
I mean... it's basically one volley and you're gone if you're a flimsy 175 hero. So I mean, they've got all the angles covered right now, One Beazle. I mean, it's going to come down to a pulse bomb to crack this open, or a nano engage coming in from Dean. Never mind.
Yeah, just taking too much damage on the approach. Thunderbirds aren't able to close this gap. There's Music and Blur just too good. They're hitting their shots. I mean, straight up, everybody is hitting their shots from Florida Poly. Cubit's able to just sit back and say, good job, team. Y'all are kicking everybody's butt. Keep it up.
I mean, it's basically a shooting gallery here, here on top of Bridge, and the walkway is at your own peril. Have fun. See if you can get through it. I mean, you got most support ultimates coming up here for Thunderbirds. That should be a go sign for them to get in there and go.
Ooh, it didn't quite land on Titsit, but the Nano is ready to go. Unfortunately, they were not able to find Aquatic either. Zed's clocking that transients is super close, and that wouldn't be the ideal pick, so the Nano's going to be used to engage, but that's an amplification matrix you're running into. Good bubble to block the accretion rock, but now what? Cubit is low, here comes the Transcendence on the back of it, racing to save their Winston. The Primal Rage is popped in the nick of time. That Transcendence does come out from Aquatic, which means Cubit is very difficult to take down, survives through, despite the anti-nade coming out from Dean. Now Zed has used all their resources, nothing left, and could not find the kills. Nice shot from Spook! Can they do anything on the back of it?
I mean, there's a lot of damage coming their way. Now the Grid Flux is just about online. They've already invested the Transcendence, so they have nothing to protect themselves against this. I'm very worried for Thunderbirds right now. You've got 2 hit scans, and Spook, while they have hit some good shots, they have not taken down the key players of this Phoenix's composition.
And Spook kind of coming in cold here on map 2. Maybe finally starting to feel themselves after getting that kill on the Soldier 76. It just takes one for a winner to warm up. That was a headshot. Oh, Blur! Oh, does him dirty from long range with the rail. Now has an overclock to pour into the rest of the team. Tac Visor used as well. Florida Poly dumping both DPS ults in this just to send a message to the Thunderbirds.
You shall not take my spot. You shall not take my space. You shall not take anything from me. How dare you? 30 seconds left. Cubit with this, with the flux goes up in the sky.
And dodges the accretion walk while they're up there. Oh, does it? I thought that second accretion walk would have done him in. Somehow, a little sidestep back from Zed's dead. They're able to get a nano boost and stay alive in this fight, but only temporarily. Aquatic, once again, comes up big for their team, finding that pick on Zed's dead in the waning seconds of map 2. Florida Poly, you're moving up to match point.
Oh, my word. That is a comprehensive hold. That is a statement here from Phoenix. You take us 2-1 on Nepal. How dare you take a submap off of us? We are going to absolutely show you how it is to compete. Also, by the way, the best victory celebration from a Symmetra ever. Just saying. Music was absolutely a terror on this Symmetra. That level 3 beam is just so scary.
Just microwaving everybody with that beam. And really, I mean, it was the teleports, it's the positioning all the way around. It's not just mechanics here from Florida Poly. They are playing as a cohesive unit, and they continue to be the bane of the Thunderbirds' existence. Up 2-0, they only need one more to continue on here at NECC Nationals. Can they make it happen? We'll see you back here for Flashpoint. Don't go anywhere. Oh, well, Florida Poly continues to be the Achilles heel of the Thunderbirds, and Internet Issues continues to be the Achilles heel of Chef Billy, apparently. Well, welcome back. Glad you're back here. Glad you're back here. Do we, are we functioning? Am I muted? Oh, I'm muted in Discord. I am muted in Discord. Stream can hear me. You just can't hear me. That's
my
goodness. What we're here for. We're a flawless, well-polished machine, y'all.
Hi. We're going to
Flashpoint. We'll learn eventually.
Only 5. Yeah, we'll learn eventually. But you know what? Wired connection. We're back with one ear. That side doesn't have any sound. But we're heading to Flashpoint. We're heading to the most beautiful of Flashpoints. We're heading to Suravasa. And based upon what I just saw, I'm scared for the Thunderbirds because there is a very, very good Symmetra and music on this Poly team. And if Blur goes back over to a Tracer here, I'm scared about their ability to repel them. So there's a lot of communication going back in here. We've got the original lineup here for Thunderbirds Green coming back in here for said Flashpoint map. So we'll see if they're able to turn their fortunes around. They did have some success on Control. And I kind of equate sometimes success of Control into the possibility of having a fight. When you go into Flashpoint, because it kind of runs along the same lines. You have to throw your point. You have to be able to depend a point. So for me, I think this will be a good barometer of where the Thunderbirds' heads are right now. I like the healing core right now. I do not like the Winston here at all, but we'll see how this goes down. A little bit of a change too. The one Beazle Sombra could be something that could actually really throw a wrench in the Phoenix's plan.
This is straight zombie comp.
Yeah.
Wow, I haven't seen zombie comp in a minute. Like, this is straight actual zombie comp with Sombra Reaper and Moira Lucio. Like, this is okay. Florida Poly are pulling out, I think what we called Y, or what was called Y last week. It's just basically a little bit of the old fastball. This is kind of the tried and true standard meta comp. And for good reason. I mean, Tracer and Sojourner can control so many angles, and the Orisa from Qubit is very difficult to kill. As Zed's Dead is going to jump right on top of him. Canoli in there with it. Good timing, and they're able to find hitting him right out of the gate. Really good dive to start things off for Thunderbirds. The first time we've seen that today, Bill.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good initiation. They find the real key in the back line in the Kiriko. And, I mean, the fact that they do this, now, you know, they have a lot of space control, but they give up the point. Now it's about getting... Take care of
Back up onto the high ground. Nice manual hack, and music is gone. Okay, so far, so good. Thunderbirds are executing just as the plan is drawn up, other than the fact that they gave up control of the point.
Yeah, this is a big problem for me. They're actually going to get a flip there. Holy, okay, no, apparently there was no recall available to Blur there, so they're actually going to flip this point. They're going to get a lot of progress going, too. This is actually a great composition to fight into this. I wouldn't have thought the zombie would go into this, but it's one Beazle. Getting these manual hacks on priority targets that is doing the dirty work for them.
And a really good job from Thunderbirds of capitalizing on that. I mean, you can tell that they're calling out their targets, and everybody from Thunderbirds is prepared to pounce. Oh, that's a big Maywall out of Blur. That's nice. Some healing for Zed's dead, and they're going to go down because of it. Cannoli is able to top off, though, with a little bit of that vampire heal, and still one Beazle and Cannoli are both in here causing a lot of problems. They found a pick on an aquatic force and ice block out from Blur, which means they're vulnerable and just now getting attacked. Still, Blur stays up with 25 health. One Beazle falls. Cubit down so low, now down on the ground. Thunderbirds with 70% and counting. Still, the back and forths continue. Thunderbirds do have both supports.
They do. They do. And I mean, the fact that you see Hidden Link over to the more of their own, they're forcing them out of their comfort zone.
One more shot will do it. And music finds it. British Dino falls before they're able to pop that sound barrier. Really crucial pick. Not for music.
I mean, it's going to be a 5-pack of ultimates, though, ready to go for Thunderbirds. So they've got everything in their war chest. And EMP cancels. Manual hack cancels Terra Surge. So there's a lot here for one Beazle to kind of gauge where they want to use this EMP at.
Do a number on those shields, too. It doesn't completely eliminate the sound barrier shields, but will do the half damage. It could provide a lot of value. Moment to breathe. Thunderbirds. EMP comes out early. It's going to be an aggressive move right over the top. But sound barrier's there. Aquatic's able to get that out, and so far there's no casualties. Blur just getting the Blizzard online, and Zed's dead gets caught. Can knock it out. Has to pop the Primal Rage, but no one else can escape the Terra Surge. Cubit will pick up, too, before it's all said and done. Florida Poly, they found an answer here on this first point.
Oh my goodness! I think they got their order of operations wrong, Jeff. I think that they go and they force the sound barrier, then you go in with the EMP after that. But that's better said than done. Now they've got to figure out where they're going to be able to go to next, and it looks like we are headed up to Temple. So this one for me, I mean, Zed's back over to the Zarya, so survivability is going to be at a premium here.
What makes the Winston so good in this comp is the ability to cycle in and out with the rest of the players. You also have one Beazle going to the Sojourn. So it's... We're getting good work done with the Somber, I felt like. But, you know, they're going to go toe-to-toe against music. They did land that initial shot. Music hiding up there on the high ground, kind of forced into a corner by that Disruptor. Meanwhile, Cannoli and ZZ trying to push on point. What a wall. British Dino goes over the top to kill Cannoli alive, and they break a section just in time to get Cannoli a bubble. But Florida Poly have control. They're building up percentage through this.
No, I mean, they've got this coalescence. I mean, they've got all the tools they need to stay alive as long as they don't take a pot shot.
Thunderbird's great trying to disengage from it. Woo, that was a dangerous pick from one Beazle. Put down 2 rail shots trying to finish off Cosmo. And he was able to avoid it. Coalescence fades. Thunderbirds do manage to disengage safely. No casualties here. Now it looks like British Dino's trying to take a split approach from the rest of the team. Another good wall will force Cannoli to use that Wraith form early. Thunderbirds doing a good job of not playing too close to the edges. Aquatic is certainly looking for that environmental. Cubit keeps their head stuck out a little longer. Actually, it's one Beazle with a good flank. Excuse me. That was not Cubit overextending. That was one Beazle with a beautiful off angle to open up this fight. Nice move from Aquatic to win that duel, but a bit of a moral victory, nothing more.
Yeah, you left your Orisa out to dry. You cannot, in this composition, leave your tank out to dry like that. And you know what? Thunderbirds capitalize on the back of it. Now they've got some wombo combos ready to go. This Death Blossom's almost ready for sure. They put out this this Graviton Surge as long as it doesn't get eaten by Cubit.
Thunderbirds, you were talking to me about just how on top of the world you were feeling. Dig deep, find it for me now. The Graviton Surge comes out, but there's an ice block from Blur. Cubit had the Fortify, nobody's caught in it. Blizzard now, their beautiful bubble sound barrier. No! It is going to be British Dino just stuck right in the middle. Gets the sound barrier down, but cannot get out alive themselves. And unfortunately, it does not look like their sacrifice will turn out in the end as Cannoli falls 4v2, and Cubit is going to cut down what remains.
I mean, that sound barrier was everything out of Aquatic. You didn't leave your Orisa to dry this time, and that's going to be the Flashpoint here as they go on to Flashpoint and Match Point here. One more submap, and they punch their ticket to the semifinals.
Woo. Not only that, that would make it 9 maps in a row against this squad without dropping a single one. What a poly. They just certainly have their number. How was this team 1-6 in the regular season, Billy? Their coordination's spectacular.
It's fabulous. I'm absolutely impressed with it. Look at Cannoli trying to be very patient here, very mindful of where they're going. They know that they need to get in there and just lay loose and take control.
Yeah, I was trying to catch Cupid off guard. Got another nice chunky headshots. Get rid of the armor. Cannoli in the middle of it. Finds Cupid. That was exactly what the doctor ordered. Turns around with a nice little pick on Aquatic as well. Cannoli making good use of the Reaper. Good start here for this third point.
Yeah, it was a great bubble as well coming in from Zed's Dead. Being able to sustain through the Javelin spin. All eyes pointed on Cannoli. Cannoli says, I got bubble. I live. Thank you very much. And now we're looking for Zed. I think Zed needs to get another very quick Graviton Surge up there, doing the alt fire with the right click. So that's exactly what they need to do.
Just a little bit more of that patience that Cannoli showed us in that last fight. Beautiful shot. I mean, if you can just land the shot, never mind. Patience. Click the heads. One Beazle gives the early advantage over, and Thunderbirds now confident to hold their ground. Cubit tried to loop around the outside. Nothing doing. Everybody from Thunderbirds is on top of him. I
love it. I love it. This tenacity. This is tenacity in the face of a foe that has had your number all year long. British title, please quit peeking. You're going to die, lad, and it's not going to be good on your side. So 85% and counting. Do not invest anything into this fight.
Everybody down low. Cubit runs in. The Graviton Surge is in the back. It doesn't get anything. Cubit is still out of this fight. Trying to decide which way to go. One Beazle does pick up, Cubit, who was pushing in. Excuse me, it was Cannoli that was originally referring to. But now Cannoli is to be the first to lead the charge against some of these exit picks.
I mean, this is good stuff. If they can catch Aquatic here, that's even better. They've got their Flashpoint. They are on their way. They've got a Sound Barrier ready to go and a Reaper Ultimate. But Phoenixes are going to have a war chest as they try to take this next Flashpoint. If they can burn Cubit down, that would be a huge boon for them.
Races on to the objective. Thunderbirds have a bit of the power position. They've had to use a lot of resources. You see the orb and a lot of that burst healing coming out from the Moira early. Could be disastrous if they try to push in. Cupid is going to just continue to put up the chase. Wall up, Coalescence there to try to burn Cannoli down. Sound Barrier will save the Reaper's life. The May ultimate now thrown in. There's no fade left. The bubble is used. No, Cannoli. No safe haven. No bubble for you this time. As Florida Poly stack their ultimates beautifully. It cost them 4, but it does the job.
But it's 4. And I mean, you're going to have, Zed is actually generating these Graviton Surges so huge. What a wall from Blur that says, screw you, you're not getting out.
That's some good ones. I feel like Thunderbirds have done a good job to not suffer more fatalities ahead of that. Cannoli with an ambush play is able to find music, start things off. Oh, but British Title going down is a disastrous turn. That's your speed. Don't be patient. Be patient, Cannoli.
You got time. You've got all the ultimates out of Phoenixes, so you guys are at an ultimate surplus here. Now, make sure that you make it count.
This is the time to be proactive. Thunderbirds almost been a little too much so after I was complaining about them being too reactive before. And Zed gets burned down. The boom! No, Cannoli is just knocked clean out of the way. Nobody within harm's range of that Death Blossom. Now Cannoli just gets completely wiped off the map. Florida Poly are in control. One Beazle tried to bring it back with that overclock. Not happening. Dean falls. It's just last second stall. British Title cannot stall any longer. Florida Poly's perfect record against the Thunderbirds will continue. They take down the Florida Gulf Coast University for the 3rd time, and for the 3rd time in a flawless undefeated streak.
I mean, the tank battle was intriguing. The support battle was even better. But it came down, honestly, to Blur just being an absolute menace and music, not taking no for an answer. I mean, and you saw the adaptability of the of the Thunderbirds. I mean, Florida Gulf Coast University has a pretty damn good team, and they just could not figure out the puzzle. It was a Rubik's Cube of aggression coming from the Phoenixes, and at the end, they get the same result they've done all season long.
So true, quite the Rubik's Cube. Thunderbirds try to be patient, and it seems like they're a little too slow into the fight. They try to be proactive, and it feels like they didn't get enough ultimates or cooldowns out from the other side before investing. So it's, I mean, even from my point of view, I'm like, man, I told you to be more proactive. Y'all are more proactive, and that didn't work. So it was the Florida Poly just showing him a different look. Always had an answer. And every time, you know, you'd think from the other side, man, we just need to play a little faster. Man, we need to play more patient. Florida Poly was always one step ahead.
Yeah, this was a comprehensive result here, and I mean, I think that Circuit Royale was the most dominant that we've seen them. I mean, just that right there. Blur is a Swiss Army knife for this Nexus team, and Florida Poly, I mean, they are lucky to have this guest. There was great adaptability, like I said, from both sides. Thunderbirds were never complacent. They tried to switch it up, and like you said, just always that extra little step there from the Phoenixes. Great job from both teams.
I really liked the zombie comp out of Thunderbirds. I thought that they looked really good on it. They definitely looked practiced on it. And I mean, the EMP fight was a little. Oh, that boop. Oh, that boop. Oh, that just saved both of your supports. Aquatic. Well done. Well done. I almost would have liked to have seen the Thunderbirds continue with the zombie comp through another point or two. I mean, yes, we did see Florida Poly kind of had an answer for it by the end of that first point, but I don't know. I think that was just a little bit of a fumbling of the execution of your ultimates. I don't know that it was necessarily Florida Poly completely figuring out what you were throwing at them, because that was the best look that we saw out of the Thunderbirds all day long. And man, it's after talking to their manager Billy, like, this one breaks my heart. I hate to see, you know, a quality team end on an 0-3 like this.
And especially for Zed, coming to the team
Right.
late and not getting the dub, the revenge over this Poly team. So Florida Poly, I mean, you know what? They GG's. There's nothing else to be said about it. But I mean, still, it was entertaining in the most 3-0 fashion way. I mean, it was great. You could see the gears turning from both sides. And that's what you and I love so much about this game, is when people are adaptable, they're willing to change things up. This was the best example of that. They got it right. Unfortunately for Florida Gulf Coast University, they didn't get the win, but still entertaining, and GG's on a great season.
I mean, exceptional team play out of Florida Poly. We like to see a lot of heart shown out of Thunderbirds, which is another one of my favorite things to see in any of these competitions. And I mean, the Thunderbirds definitely were continuing to try. We're definitely continuing to try their best and try to find different avenues, not just butt their head against the wall, but we're trying different approaches, trying to lean into their strengths more. Love to see it. The heart was certainly on display from both of these squads. My heart goes out to both of them. Big congrats to Florida Poly, moving on into our semifinals here for NECC Challengers Division. But we are also going to move on. We got some more exciting matches coming up for you. We're going to take a little break, get set up for our second one of the night. When we come back, it's Florida Tech taking on Robert Morris University, and NECC Overwatch continues. back, friends. We didn't go too far. It's time for NECC Overwatch to continue here on this lovely Thursday night, our final Thursday night of the semester before Nationals. Hey, well, I mean, we got to keep it going before the LAN. I mean, we are in Nationals, Billy. So, but still, you know, before the LAN happens next weekend, we got a couple more exciting matches to get through tonight. Coming up next, we got Florida Tech taking on Robert Morris University Academy White.
Yes, and we saw Robert Morris Academy White last week. We have Vi. We got it right. We actually got it right.
We actually got it right.
For once. We actually guessed at something and got it right. And so, yeah, we're happy. Also, you know, for all of you out there that is going to be there, just look for the really tall 6'6" bald dude with a really loud voice. That'll be me.
You won't have a hard time finding us. Yeah.
I hug everybody. Jeff will probably have bruises from the first hug, but that is for 8 days from now. 8 days we're going to be in person in Arlington at the Esports Center there. My goodness. Let's get into this. Let's take a look at how we have gotten to where we're at. We're going to take a look at the bracket here and show you where we are at. And I tell you what, Florida Tech, Robert Morris, Academy White. This is the Navigators division, everybody. This is some of the best Overwatch. I called it last week, the roots of what competitive Overwatch can be. And I still stand by this. The heart, the tenacity, the sheer silliness sometimes of this division always warms my heart. It's closer to our SR.
Hey, everybody deserves a shot to get beat, all right?
Yes,
our SR,
I'm completely.
All these players deserve a shot to compete. So, and we know Robert Morris are a darn good squad. We saw them take down the Morningside Mustangs last week in a pretty thrilling 3-2. I mean, went down to the wire, but Robert Morris were able to stay on top, playing a lot of Ramatra, playing a lot of Orisa there. And that when we saw them last week here to make it into that top 16, we saw just on your screen to take on Florida Tech here, try to move on to our Nationals for Navigator semifinals.
Well, let's take a look at the two squads. We're going to take a look at Florida Tech first. And I tell you what, JK, that's just a funny name just because. And PG, Ben the Shark. I have heard some things. I've been talking to some people in Okra. They've been saying that Ben the Shark is actually very impressive. So I get my first chance to take a look at him. Greedy Rope and Omkar 173. Rounding out the support line here for Florida Tech. This is once again Navigator. So meta adhesion is not always the order du jour. So we'll see how it goes down, Jeff.
I will say, our friendly observer has a habit of going through and checking everybody's profiles at the beginning. So we got a little bit of insight here from our lovely observer, Caroline, going through and looking at this. Greedy Rope is absolutely a Lucio one trick. I mean, there was just nothing but Lucio under Greedy Rope's career profile. I am highly anticipating... excuse me. It wasn't Greedy. It was Omkar. Excuse me. Sorry. Highly anticipating they would probably will stick to this meta if I saw things correctly there.
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely a Lucio. Our beautiful observer, Carolyn, gives us all the inside tea on these teams as we start talking. Yeah. She listens to us from afar. And well, I mean, if Greedy Rope is anything to go off of, that actually might be an interesting look as we go into it. But now we'll take a look at your Robert Morris University Academy White squad. We saw them last week on broadcast, taking that win over Morningside. Tiller, Bot Mason, a boot, just because I am Canadian, or I'm formerly Canadian, and I'm going to say it all night. It's okay. Pixel Puppies and Vi Lives. Well,
Vi Lives.
These two supports, Vi Lives. Yeah, I mean, they just started playing support this year, and they are absolutely crushing it. So, I mean, that is a massive boon. I mean, we were talking about Vi Lives last week, and how good they were. And the positioning was good. The cooldown management was absolutely spectacular. And the fact that they just started playing support this year, I am even more impressed and also appalled at my own support play.
Yeah, and then Pixel Puppies on the Kiriko as well. Both looked spectacular. Hard to believe that they just picked up the game this year. 7 years in, yeah, I'm kind of questioning myself at this point, Billy. But it's also, I mean, this whole team, they just joined NECC here in spring of 2024 and have put up an exceptional performance. They went 5-0 through the spring regular season, didn't drop a single game until the grand finals, made it all the way to the grand finals before their flawless season was tarnished. But I mean, they looked real darn good last week against Morningside. Looking to keep the good times going here today.
Yep, and I mean, we're going to start the good times here as we did in our previous series. We're going to start out on Control. We're going to start out on Nepal with Florida Tech having banned Ilios, boo, and RMU banning Lijiang, yay. So we'll start out in the Himalayas once again. And I mean, from what we saw from our previous series, positioning, mobility, adaptability are all going to be hallmarks here of this first map here in the Himalayas above the monastery at Shambali. So we'll see how this goes down. I'm very interested to see, does RMU have, kind of this motivation, the momentum going forward from their stomp last week? Do they continue on?
Oh my goodness. We get another statue posterior here.
It's a bronze butt shot.
Yeah,
it's a bronze butt shot.
Yeah, Armstrong's got it in for the bronze butt shots tonight. What can I say?
Hey, I mean, Carolyn, perhaps we need to talk after we get done talking.
We're all feeling a little silly here at Nationals. What can I say? I mean, it's a special time. It's a special time. Anybody can step up and just dominate. And that's, let's get it underway. This quarterfinals matchup has begun, kicking things off here on Sanctum.
Interesting look out of the Panthers here. We're looking at a zombie dive here coming from Florida Tech. Looking at Ben the Shark. I said they were impressive, but with the changes to Wrecking Ball, absolutely. Look at that adaptive shielding, 1100.
Yeah, with the changes to Wrecking Ball, I'm surprised we haven't seen more people try to utilize it. I mean, if you're watching a little OWCS yesterday, you might have seen, oh yeah, pull it out a little bit, but. I mean, it got them to top 16. I mean, and if Chasm can do it, Ben the Shark certainly can.
Well, Chasm is just a different breed altogether, though. They've been one tricking ball forever. So, still, mobility is at such a high premium here for Florida Tech. They have the first control here, and now they're going to try and hold this choke point. I mean, up against Sebastian, there's a lot of sustain and a lot of mobility to get out of the way of that cannon. Yeah,
I love what JK is doing here. Worked around to the outside to come in and get the Bastion. Comes back in for that kill on the Pixel Puppies as well. It has been a dominant here. A dominant start from Florida Tech. Very fast gameplay, and they're catching Robert Morris kind of flat-footed on almost every single engage. Even micro engage from your DPS. The Shark now in the corner. Oh, ends up being Tiller, the one that's caught in the corner. Pulse Bomb laid in the doorway. Separates the boot and bot Mason from the rest of the squad, but only temporarily. Florida Tech do fall back to the point. Then the Shark stays up front, has a minefield ready to go. Rolls out of the corner, but MPG, just from the outside, unveils themselves enough to pick off Pixel Puppies and cut down RMU at the knees.
Oh, I mean, they canceled Coalescence, though. I mean, once again, a boot. We talked about the absolute disgusting accuracy with those javelins last week. Not doing it again. Cancels the Coalescence here. Now this is a chance for them to get on the point, but they've got mines and an EMP to deal with.
That's a large EMP, and the mines are in the thick of it as well, and that is just disaster for Robert Morris.
What a clean fight, Jeff. That is just... That is ultimate economy at its finest. And you get to hold on to your sound barrier as well.
Beautiful. Now, the problem is, RMU's got a pretty big war chest they're coming in here with, Billy. We're going to start with the Primal. Ooh!
Cancel.
That was a beautiful stun onto the Wrecking Ball. Kind of interrupted Ben the Shark and kept everybody from RMU moving forward. They didn't get booped back into the waiting arms of MPG and JK. Give me a Deadeye from Tiller up on the outside. Zarmer's poking in, was really trying to get one of those supports off of the bridge. We're over there keeping Ben the Shark alive through these exploits on the objective. Erupt trying to chase off a Lucio. Meanwhile, here comes Ben the Shark back in with a pile drive. Nice shot from Tiller. Will send MPG back to spawn. Turn the attention back over to Lucio. Umcar has Sound Barrier if they need it. Opts to not use it just yet.
I mean, smart hold there. Ben the Shark is being the wrecking ball player that I hate the most, which is in and out, dive, in and out, dive, in and out, pile driver. But still, RMU has this full war chest still. I mean, they've got a lot of sustain here. Just got to watch and kind of mark, if you can, MGG on this Sombra. I would have brought possibly a Hanzo just for some range, just for some adaptability here. Oh my God, you're going to go.
I love how Omkar is there just to kind of support MPG and kind of bailed him out of that when the manual hack didn't work. That was a nice energy javelin to kind of lock down Ben the Shark, but they were able to use that new cooldown, kind of using the double hook to roll away. I love seeing that new tech being implemented.
I mean, yeah, the grapple there is pretty cool, and I'm not sure what they call it. I think they call it the recall or the. I have to go back and look at it, but MPG coming up on another EMP. Still, that was a good fight there for RMU. Now they can kind of hold inside of the interior sanctum here and just wait for them to make their move onto the point.
I didn't see Omkar lose that sound barrier. Holy cow. That's quite the turn. RMU, find that early kill, Omkar! Falls early, trapped on the bridge. And now what is going to be final fight here on Sanctum. Florida Tech have to take this a 4v5. There's no other choice. They do have 3 people who can cycle in and kind of keep an overtime going.
Oh.
Won't make that too, as Ben the Shark gets eliminated immediately. EMP on top of the point, but a boot is not phased. The Eraser kills 1, drops a Terror Surge to combine with the Deadeye. This is RMU, who are going to take our first submap.
99-0, by the way.
Yeah.
And flips it to 100-99. And they started playing together. We talked about their synergy last week, how they like to play as a unit. All 5 players sharing one train of existence, and they get it done again. JK and MPG really did start this off very nicely, but then the hit scans started coming alive. Bot Mason, that's a beautiful artillery strike, but Tiller was really the tip of the spear here. You talk about a boot holding the court. Tiller found the range with the Peacekeeper, and man, what a turnaround.
A turnaround of pachydermian proportion, Billy.
Oh my God, you took that long to get to that? I'm here for it, though. I'm here for it. That is beautiful alliteration. Now we're going to see if Vi Lives can get it done here again. That rally was really the turning point for them to take the point. Yeah, they're on spy check right now.
Yeah, you can see Vi Lives is just flailing in all directions, quite literally. And it works out. MPG actually revealed themselves. Bot Mason lands the shots, 5v4. Going over to RMU. Maybe try to start this one on top. Not have to fire their way back up from a 99-0. That kill on Omkar should ensure it. First control to RMU.
Yep, that's beautiful stuff coming out from them. I mean, we need to see them really be a little creative with the avenues that they take to get on the point here, especially since it's such a claustrophobic point. You've only really got 3 ingress points unless you go over the top. Use that grapple to, kind of slingshot yourself over the top and come down upon their poor, unwitting heads. But Tiller's not missing right now. The grenades are landing, the headshots are landing for the Peacekeeper, and that's exactly what you need.
Oh. Losing Pixel Puppies, though. That's exactly what you don't need. They'll get that cannon up in the sharp, but Vi Lives is going to fall. MPG and JK have managed to just absolutely move in and tear apart your backline before Boot even knew what happened to him.
I mean, that is the power of a Sombra. I mean, they use the speed to get on top of them, then they use the manual hack to deny any kind of movement, any kind of special abilities coming out for them. So, for me, I mean, I liked what MPG was doing earlier. It's just, they started pushing a little too far, and they weren't able to get the ultimate economy back there on Sanctum. So for them, I mean, this is what they need here. They need to just, keep landing shots, keep rotating around, keep these eyes up, and watch for Ben.
Oh, that Florida Tech read that rotation so perfectly. The moment that RMU emerged, they let a boot take a few steps out. MPG and JK just collapse on the squishies on the stairwell. Exquisite timing. Evil stagger there onto a boot, by the way. And yeah, taking away resources. I love this. This is the part of Sombra's kit that I love. I mean, this is where Florida Tech excelled, too. Once Florida Tech got control on Sanctum, I mean, it took until 99 for RMU to wrestle it away, and they don't have that much time this time around, Billy.
Well, I mean, they've got enough time. I mean, the man will have to probably go out onto this Terra Surge. Well, EMP actually is going to be online, so you could cancel a lot of stuff here just with one press of the Q.
That's going to be the EMP start out, combined with the mines once again. It's a 1-2 punch. Florida Tech have fallen back to a couple of times now just in this opening map, and look at the value they're getting off of it. That could be, sending us to our third round. Florida Tech just need to hold on for another 20 seconds or so.
Well, I don't know if that's going to happen. I mean, you've got both support ultimates. You've got the Deadeye as well. There's no shielding. That's the problem. So, I mean, as long as they watch Tiller and watch for that spy check, they should be able to get it done.
Dueling Coalescence. Bob Mason goes down. Vilex goes down. It's the approach. Florida Tech are so good at hitting RMU as they try to make a run to the point. And RMU's hands were forced. They had no other option but to just run down that long, vulnerable lane. Easy peckins for JK and MPG.
Boot giving their congratulations on a good round. That was a very good round coming out from Florida Tech. And they played a little bit slower, Jeff. They caught the rotations beautifully. And I think that was something that they didn't do on Sanctum. I think they got a little overzealous. But now, I mean, you know, even though they lose the initial point, once they got control, as you said, they absolutely know how to hold on to it. So for me, either a Torbjorn or a Tracer of their own. We didn't see Bot Mason swap at all last week, if I remember correctly. Was always on the Bastion, so that's always going to be a point of contention here. And now Florida Tech switching up the playbook a little bit, bringing out the Sojourn.
I like a little bit more range to kind of duel it out with Tiller. Tiller was certainly kind of starting to come alive there well, I mean, really on Sanctum is where we saw Tiller have the bigger impact versus on Village, or versus Shrine. Moving on to Village, RMU are going to value this high ground. Bot Mason in a bit of a power position, ends up dropping down once a boot moves on to the objective, trying to pincer Florida Tech back into this corner. A lot of low health bars up at the top right-hand side of your screen, and it looked like JK was kind of stuck behind that piece of cover for a moment. Well, there's a lot of damage being poured into Ben the Shark. Oh, you ran outside the LOS healers, but still managed to circle back around, but the Shark stays alive. Bob Mason tried to chase him down, ends up settling for a kill on MPG. Gets, well, two in matter of fact. Omkar fall into the bash and Gatling gun.
I mean, that is just beautiful rotation. That's rotation 101. You try to force the high ground. You try to force them out of LOS, and they get it done. Now, swaps coming from Florida Tech. We got MPG going over to the Reaper. We got JK onto the answering Cassidy. So, I mean, Ultimate Economy has been thrown out the window a boot. Must be feeling very good about this.
Oh, and you get MPG on the way in. And now it's RMU who are punishing a little bit sloppy rotations coming out from the other side. I think as many times as Florida Tech did that, they'd be ready for that one.
Well, now it's about setup. As we close in on the 40% mark here, yeah, you take high ground here, catch both the good angles here that Florida Tech are going to want to try. They're going to really push in on the back of a Coalescence. I think that's their best chance to get themselves some good ground. But you've got Artillery Strike, you've got this Terra Surge. I mean, that's a nasty wombo combo.
Yeah, I think you got to be patient if you're Florida Tech here. They are going to use that Coalescence early. And here's a couple of ultimates out of RMU immediately, and that's going to net them a pair of kills right on the back of it. They don't even have to use but the two, Billy. They still have a lot to work with.
I mean, okay, so they did it backwards the way I thought they were going to do it. I thought they were going to go, Terra Surge, get everybody sucked in, and then launch the Artillery Strike. Nah, they use the Artillery Strike to scatter everybody, force them into the middle of the point, and then the boot says, thank you very much. I will kill everybody. Bye-bye, see you later. Both support ultimates ready to go here for RMU.
A quick move from Florida Tech, circling around to the outside to get on the point. Trying to put a lot of pressure down. A boot using that Fortify early, using the Javelin Spin to disengage. Here comes Vilives with the rally, but can't catch up. A boot and Vilives both end up getting chopped down at the base. Still over the Deadeye on the outside, keeping Robert University in this fight. Ben the Shark low. MPG finds Tiller. MPG had just a sliver of health. Picks him up as he's going to find them. There's not many Florida Tech members left on this point, Billy.
No, I mean, Look at that. Just the orb, the spray healing. Now they've got a really good chance to build a lot of percentage here. It's all going to be about how do MPG and Ben the Shark coordinate in this. Nice boot.
Terrace to start things off. Comboed with MPG's Death Blossom, and still, it's RMU who are in the feed. They're able to back away from the Terra Surge and just pick off Florida Tech one by one as they tried to pursue. This is going the other direction. This is going to be map 1. Going to Robert Munoz Academy White as they bring it back all the way from a 100-0 on Sanctum. And end up taking the map. Starting us off early here with a 1-0 lead over Florida Tech.
Oh, man, but it was back and forth, and it was entertaining. And you know what? We said this last week, Jeff, and I will recall to this. They know who they are. Bot Mason will not swap off this Bastion. And the fact that they are pouring equally resources into a boot and Bot Mason, I mean, VI Lives is absolutely having a day right now. We talked about how good Pixel Puppies was last week. Now it's VI Lives that is doing it on the back of some serious Brigida play. I don't hate it. They know who they are. They're going to stick to it. It's almost like a OT Pog from back in the Open Division days, Jeff. They know who they are.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's just kind of another throwback to Alya as well, kind of that same philosophy. And, well, I will say, I mean, we did see a little bit of Soldier 76, but that's about the only variation we've seen from Bice in recent times. Saw the Soldier 76 and the Bastion a lot last week. It served them really well. We see them with that beautiful off angle there, able to catch Florida Tech in a sloppy rotation. And it was really the DPS show kind of for both sides. I think that's where the center of my attention was, at least. I mean, it felt like they were having massive impact, kind of playing around both tanks, be it the dive DPS coming out of Florida Tech, or there we saw a little bit more of the stagnant DPS coming out from RMU.
Surprised that they went away from the Sombra, though. The Sombra was getting a lot of value, both on Sanctum and on Shrine. So, I mean, yeah, I know. Yeah, it's so... It's such a very focused area, and, I mean, the angles are just not right. I think you have to play the Sombra there on Village. Because I do it a lot. I think that you have to play the Sombra there more assassin style rather than, the hack and everybody comes in. You have to be able to take that 1v1 duel. And I think that MPG was maybe feeling the effects of that after Shrine, because they had their way. After Sanctum, they had their way on Sanctum. But yeah, this is good stuff. We're seeing the adaptations coming through from both sides.
Florida Tech will get first banned and Matt Pick heading into Escort. They have already banned out Junkertown. And heading into Escort, there's definitely just as a whole lot larger maps, a lot more room to play around. I wouldn't surprise me to see that Sombra come back, Billy.
I mean, especially where I think that we're going to go. If that is, let's see, Junkertown going. So Florida's banned out Junkertown.
Yeah, RMU banned out WPG. Flashpoint.
Yeah. So,
or as Carolyn likes to call it, Gibby.
Gibby. That is an iCarly reference for everybody out there. Just so you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't watch iCarly, go start watching it. It's one of the best shows ever. Man, I watched it with my kids. Now I'll watch it with my grandkids on Disney Channel. But we'll see. This Escort map. I mean, hey, I like it. It's great. Oh, this was not where I was expecting us to go. We are heading into Escort. We are heading to Rialto. So you're thinking about mobility of Bot Mason now, if you're RMU, because they're going to try and really mitigate that a Bastion can have through the streets of Italy. I'm thinking of L'Angolo della Morte. I'm thinking of First Point. If you're going to try and have a hold on the high ground, do you bring out a flyer? This Florida Tech squad is a little bit unknown to me, so I don't know what's necessarily in their wheelhouse. But we will see how they decide to do this.
I will say I'm anticipating Florida Tech to go back to the dive look. I mean, Ben the Shark looked really good on the Wrecking Ball, clearly. That's the thing about playing Wrecking Ball. You have to, like, specifically practice Wrecking Ball, and not only that, but the rest of your team has to specifically practice to be able to play around the Wrecking Ball. It's such a unique hero, and the engagement style and the timing is so unique. It's not like a D.Va or a Winston, or, you know, the other dive DPS of Doomfist, dive tanks. But playing around a Wrecking Ball is particularly unique, which makes me think that Florida Tech have spent a lot of time on this composition. And kind of know the best places to use it. Rialto, I think, would be a pretty good spot. Wouldn't surprise me to see the Tracer Sombra Wrecking Ball come back out.
I would not hate it at all. I would anticipate, just because of map geometry and sight lines and the abundance of aerial high ground, I would not be surprised to see an Echo come out here, or maybe a Pharah on first point, just to see if you can. Yeah, I mean, you can see both. I can see both coming out. I could also see, possibly, D.Va coming out here, giving a different look altogether. You know, if they're anticipating the Wrecking Ball coming out, D.Va plays very well here. So, you know, this is the time, to take that wrench.
Because we saw Aboot play a little bit of D.Va last week, if memory serves, right? For one map?
Correct.
I think Aboot played a little bit of D.Va.
Correct.
As well as the Orisa and the Ramatra. So, certainly an option. Depending on if the high ground is becoming a problem, they need to be able to bounce back and forth. Army is starting us off on the defense, showing us unique to RMU, the Kiriko and the Baptiste. Another thing we got a little bit of a hint of last week that is very much part of their identity. You talk about them knowing who they are. I think that is a very unique support line for RMU.
Yeah, I mean, there's mobility from both of them. There's the immortality barrier, of course, that is so very important. But I also think that you're playing for Amp Matrix, and for well, never mind. First point or first quarter is going to go to them.
Well, and my philosophy from Florida Tech is, only having a small sample size. They went to something completely different as JK finds their second headshot pick of this attack. What an opening here for JK on the Widowmaker.
Hello. That's beautiful work. I mean, they've got 2 hit scans. I mean, and the consistent pressure coming out from MPG allows these sight lines to open for JK. They were expecting the Wrecking Ball. Ben, the Shark, just says, you know what? I'm going to switch it up all the way on you.
Yeah, that is, you couldn't get further from a Wrecking Ball dive composition than just go Sigma static poke. With a Sojourn and a Widowmaker. Might as well just have an Ashe there with it, because MPG is not really playing off angles. It's right up here, front and personal, alongside Ben the Shark. I mean, just trying to out-damage Bot Mason on a Bastion, and see if they can out-sustain a boot on the Orisa. Not easy to accomplish. As our 2 tanks going toe-to-toe, little Javelin Spin just forced back. That is Sights.
Oh my god!
Oh my! The Emperor Sight will grant beautiful LOS on the Bot Mason. Finds the viewing window.
Go!
That Bastion. Ho, ho, ho. Give me some more, JK. Give me some more.
I mean, I'm here for it. I'm here for it all day long and twice on Sunday. Let's go. I mean, Tiller, yeah, get yourself out of Dodge. First point and probably high ground control is going to go to Florida Tech here on the back of a really good infrasight. Here's that micro thing that you were talking about earlier, Jeff. But it doesn't provide any value, but it sure does look cool.
I like microplays. The little details, it's where the devil lives, of course. Oh, Mason dropping the wheels down up top. That will force Ben the Shark to drop off the high ground. JK is riding cart. This is the grapple because a bunch of RMU players just appear to their face with an ant. That was actually Florida Tech's Ant Matrix, and it did them no good.
Well, we will see how they make adaptations here now. I anticipate some swaps coming through. Yeah, JK has gotten off the Widowmaker. I expect Amkari, after they use his Valkyrie, probably to go over to either Kiriko or Lucio to help get Ben the Snake Shark around. So we'll see how it goes down.
This is going to be a messy fight. One of the most difficult corners of the entire game. 7 ultimates, 8 ultimates ready to go. Robert Morris have the tools they need. Ben the Shark's going to open up with the Gravitic Flux. We're getting the same slideshow, y'all are, friends. We're doing our best with it here. Bob Mason goes down. There's a Valkyrie in the back. It's all 3 ultimates invested in early from Florida Tech. A Boots got a Terror Surge launched in the middle, and that's good enough to find JK on the Junkrat. Oh, the attacking team manages to get a res. 2 MPGs back on their feet. Florida Tech with a perfect counter punch after a Boots Terror Surge. And now they're able to get around this corner, Billy.
I mean, this is all about managing and mitigating what you can lose here.
Robert Morris are really fighting back. They're able to stabilize on this. I thought with those 2 picks, Florida Tech would be able to push further in for sure. Now there's an Amp Matrix that they're running into and an Artillery Strike to worry about. MPG has nowhere to run.
I mean, they're going to have to run. They're going to have to get out as fast as they can. Oh my gosh, Ankara, yeah. Just die where you stand. Probably time to swap.
Yeah, I mean, JK's already come off the Widowmaker onto this Junkrat. But, I mean, you got to close a lot of ground. What do you,
That's where the Lucio would be so good.
Yeah, or even a Symmetra.
You bring a Lucio, you bring a Flyer. Yeah, Symmetra. Yeah. Especially up against a up against an.
I mean, Symmetra's just such a unique hero. Like, I'm terrible at Symmetra. You can't just like, oh, I'm just gonna pick up Symmetra now and try to play it in an official if you don't have any practice on it. Okay, does have a tire ready to go and knows some really good angles here. We're seeing that on display. Matrix now up from Florida Tech. Up Mason trying to just hold their ground with a boot. A boot able to sidestep. Oh, and that's a big Terror Surge. Both supports are in trouble. They get out just in the nick of time. Greedy Rogue jumps up. Omkar able to Guardian Angel away. Still, the bomb is invested alongside a Kitsune Rush, and that's enough to send Florida Tech packing.
Holy cow! But 3 ultimates invested into that fight. That is that is expensive. Now they're going to be looking at Valkyrie, Flux, and a tire. Woo, Bob Mason. You better be on your best metal here because you're about to be under some serious pressure coming in from Florida Tech. They are feeling it now. This is their best opportunity to get around Longolo de la Muerte.
JK has to invest a mine just to get over the bridge. They were taking a lot of fire from Tiller. I'm surprised JK didn't invest that tire early in that previous fight. Right now is just a little bit of space control. Doesn't want RMU to be able to sit up on that crosswalk and just shoot down on Ben the Shark as they approach. Gravitic Flux would be a great opener, so would this Rip Tire. You gotta get some value off of it. They're gonna launch both at the same time. Try to combine them for max effect. Everybody's still recovering from the Flux, and the Tire gets 3!
You want a value, Jeff. That's exactly what you got. And you know what? KG tire placement and deployment. And that's exactly what they needed it. So we'll see what's happening. Apparently the VC is dead on the NECC side, so push going to come in.
Florida Tech do get the cap here, add a little bit of time on the bank, something they desperately needed. It took them a lot of time to get around that corner of death, as we have dubbed it. Toughest corner in the game, at least it was for the longest. Chicane from Circuit Royale might have taken that, or even the final corner of Circuit Royale for that matter.
Oh!
Nice rock. Boot just got rocked. That was some heavy metal right there. That was past rock and roll. We're in Swedish death metal territory with that one. Now an Ant Matrix up. Oh, that's going to be nasty. Still trying to find cover. Bob Mason decides to drop their own ultimate. Another good accretion will land. Healing desperately coming through. And Bob Mason just finds safety on the back right-hand side. A little bit of cover, just enough. Kitsune Rush, a counter punch here from Robert Morton University. Pushing back out. Have been the Shark kind of caught on the right-hand side. So Bob Mason mows down everybody else.
Well, that'll be the gong of death there for everybody. But you know what? Florida Tech can take that loss. They were under 60 seconds. But you're going to have a couple of wombo combos here. You're going to have the Flux into the tire. But the big one that I'm looking at, if Tiller can land just a few more headshots, get a little bit more poke damage from that dynamite, you're going to have the Terror Surge Bob combo, which I have not personally seen, but it scares the dickens out of me.
I think they actually used it. Maybe they didn't. Maybe it was just the Bob by itself. So we got a lot of value with their last Bob. Early at Matrix from Vi Lives. 30 seconds on the clock. Florida Tech have to find a way to push up.
Well,
got this Gravitic Flux to work with. They're going to come up through that
side.
Tire at the ready. Gravitic Flux. Somebody thinks they're going to try this combo once again. It resulted in a 3K last time. Suzu already used it. JK gets 2 more. Still, job's not done as MHG falls to the shots from Vi Lives in the back. Advantage to Florida Tech as JK's able to find a third. Only 2 players from Robert Morris left. Make it 3 as the big ominous Butler's invested into it. And gets 2! No way Bob does something that wad. Oh, what it is? still Florida Tech are able to get Ben the Shark up, and they're still fighting, Billy.
Omkar just is bloody spicy, certified spicy res there from Omkar. But now for this RMU team, I mean, they've got him in overtime. They're going to be facing a overclock into this last fight.
Florida Tech does not get Ben the Shark up. There's no shot that they're able to push this. MPG down low, pops the overclock with little health, gets healed up, finds Pixel Puppies on the outside, Greedy Rope with the final blow. Immortality Field used here, trying to keep a boot alive as the artillery strike is unleashed from Bot Mason. Bot Mason finds JK with that, but here comes MPG on a wicked angle. Finds two, Greedy Rope finds one, or finds a pair from up front, and that is gonna do it. Florida Tech push in and get it done. They had barely any time at all when they capped third point. And it turns out, well, they only needed about 90 seconds to cap third.
Woo! That is crazy. And the voice chat have not resolved themselves yet. So we will see how long this is going to take for the fix coming through. Everybody's internet apparently is going Narnia style. So, but let's recap what happened there. I mean, it was some serious work from JK to get them, going. And it was the Widowmaker that really opened up second point for Florida Tech. Then we saw RMU kind of buckle down, really start getting some value from both Aboot and from Tiller in their respective heroes now. I mean, it's an overtime completion. So, I mean, for Florida Tech, that's a win, considering how strung out they got there on second point. I mean, Robert Morris really drew a line in the sand. You can see the carnage all over the streets of Rialto here. So let's see what Florida Tech has up their sleeve defensively. They've got a different look here. JK, hello, says, you know what? If you want to bring a Bastion, then we got ours too.
Yeah. Guys, if y'all can't communicate, let's just drop a pause. No, we good. Okay. A boot's like, no, never mind. We're fine. All right. They lost comms there on that tire in point B. I saw that pop up the first time. Yeah, apparently internet across the country has been a bit rough tonight.
Well, yeah, they're going to swap off the Widowmaker here, bring out more consistent damage coming out from Tiller here. They were looking for an initial pick. They could not find it, but you know what? Bot Mason does.
Yeah, I mean, the Widow was just trying to find an opening pick. It ended up being Bot Mason who delivers. Oh, that's early use. Everybody's out in the open here from Florida Tech. Nobody found really any cover. They disengaged from that first quarter, but didn't have a backup plan past that.
This is going to be this is going to be a dogfight. This is going to be every single meter that RMU is trying to gain. They're looking for it. And I mean, oh no, Ben is going to be in serious trouble here. Oh, that's a huge pick though.
Oh, and Jake's able to find Lives as well. Jake's packed both of the supports. Yes, it is Jake. Sorry, I was mispronouncing your name. That's on me, Jake. Sorry, bud. Well done.
Well, they get the stop that they needed. At about 1.23 meters, if I remember correctly. But, I mean, there's ultimates coming up online for both sides. It looks like JK and Bot Mason racing to get to the artillery strike. Greedy Rope with that Amp Matrix really did solidify that fight win, but now it's not going to be available coming to the next fight.
You're going to open up with the only one they have currently online. 4 more ultimates to follow. Ooh, that was Umkar last to get out, narrowly avoiding an energy javelin. Here comes the counter punch as Jake is going to throw in the artillery strike. That does get the immortality field out for 5 lives, but Bot Mason has one of their own to try to return fire. Still 5v5 as Robert Morris trying to cap their first point here on Rialto. They're going to have to do it into Overbearing Fox. That's going to find 3! Oh, monstrous flux out of Ben the Shark. Soundbarrier comes in from Umkar. Touch too late to save Greedy Rope, and well, now there's an Amp Matrix here from RMU. And they use it. A boot. And Bot Mason. Well, yeah, man, it takes everything. It's the kitchen sink thrown at this point, but it is at least a point on the board for Robert Morris.
Well, they're going to have to really push forward and try and take control of this high ground. That's what Tiller's doing right now. They got the overclock at their back. So it's overclock v overclock here from MPG on the other side. but so expensive for RMU just to get that first point. Now they do have their DPS on the high ground. So now, you know what? Let's go ahead and have fun.
This fight is super important here. Robert Morris are able to take a little bit of tempo by having their DPS on this high ground. But overwhelming pressure. They're forced off of it. They cannot maintain control. Now MPG is just sitting here with a bird's eye view and an overclock in the pocket. Leaps off the side, lands one headshot. Now turns attention on to Bob Mason. Immortality Film will keep the tank in the fight and keep the tank configuration in the fight. Zaboot rounds the corner, hunting for some prey. Can't find it. Ben the Shark is kind of stuck behind the boxes there. MPG was in an unenviable position as well. It may just throw up to try to bring this back, feeling a little desperate here out of Florida Tech. Robert Morris are able to circumvent that double damage, but Bob Mason still falls before it's all said and done. Incredible play out of Greedy Rope to keep Ben the Shark in this. A boot enough of that. Puts him down with the Terror Surge. Misses the Energy Javelin to send Greedy Rope off the edge. There's still a couple of supports hanging out here buying time. Omkar even gets a kill. Pixel Puppy falls to the Lucio Cheerios, but has no health to work with, and a boot will finally put him down.
Well, it's a boot time they got it done, eh? Okay, you did your best Canadian impression there, and I'm so proud of you.
I live in Canada for a year. I went to school in Vancouver, thank you very much. Beautiful city. Stall comes through with less than half a meter right before the point. Ultimate's back online for both of our Bastions. I felt like they just used them a second ago. But Bot Mason shows that efficiency, shows that practice here on the Gatling gun. Gets 3 in that fight, Tiller with a pair.
That shows some stones. I mean, they were under serious duress there. They just go ahead and plant and lock in and say, you know what, artillery strike's going out. And you know what, survive it if you can. And with the Tillers back up there, got it done. So, I mean, we're at 3:15 on the clock, and they're starting to enter into the cathedral.
Yeah, there are some large nuts and bolts on Bot Mason. Hit Matrix now up on the point. Oh, that is easy pickings for Griddick Flux. You just painted a target on yourself! Ben the Shark has been the Slayer! And that just silences Robert Morris. What a massive ultimate.
It silences me too. Well, it didn't silence me. I squealed like a little kid there, and I mean, I'm all for it. Now look at this evil stagger coming through.
Yeah, that was a bit of a corralling of the horse there.
You're on one tonight, Jeff, and I'm here for it.
It's silly mode, man. Sorry.
Hey, silly mode. We're happy to be here. These players are playing their hearts out, and I tell you what, a boot and Pixel Puppies could make this a very interesting push. I like the fact that we've taken a lot of the space that has been gained. They're very quickly get themselves back to overclock out.
And a nice leap back. Robert Morris are going to double down using that Kitsune rush and the speed of the Fox to try to push past this Ant Matrix. Just ducking in and out. Beautiful shots from Tiller. Hit multiple people. That collated through several players, and a boot and Bot Mason get the final blows. That was a set him up, knock him down. We're headed to extra innings. Robert Morris have nearly three times the amount left in the bank.
I mean, Jeff, that disruptive shot right there was so good. I mean, they waited everything out, and they just said, oh, you're all clumped together. Hi. We gonna have fun here. I mean, and that is it. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, no, that was just... That collide, like, everybody from Florida Tech just got in a little line. I'm surprised we didn't see oh my goodness, a merit moment come out from Tiller on that one. That was insane.
It's just so good. This is the moment right here. This is Bot Mason just saying, you know what? I've got nuts and bolts. And yeah, worked it, but you know what? Ben the Shark, that is incredible. And I mean, just the wherewithal to get around the side there. Hello? Yeah, fabulous stuff from both teams. They do not want to give a single centimeter here in the streets of Italy. I like this look from Florida Tech, and you know what? Why not go back to what worked so well? They're on their attack. They're going to put Jake back onto the Widowmaker, but this time MPG is going to come out on the Bastion. So much resources are going to have to be forced to keep a boot alive here before they give it first corner.
I mean, that's bold. That's a bold choice. We'll see if it pays off for him. MPG tried to match Bot Mace. I mean, they tried it once before, and it didn't quite work out well for him. Jake with just an early shot, flopping over. Ooh, bringing out the Junkrat again.
So it's all about front-loaded damage. It's all about knocking a boot out of the fight. And these grenades are starting to make some serious havoc.
I mean, if anything, it just forces Pixel Puppies and Vi Lives to respect the spam coming in, and they can't maintain a good LOS on a boot. And you can see they're still struggling to catch up with the heals. A boot finally getting back up into armor level, backing up to this corner, and able to kind of push forward and get some point presence once again. Oh, what a shot. What a nade out of Greedy Rope, or onto Greedy Rope. Still, Umkar bringing out a Mercy. Gets a vital res to keep Florida Tech moving on this fight.
Well,
6 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, look at all this front-loaded damage. I mean, Ben the Shark, MPG, JK, Jake, all seriously low right now. If you get an App Matrix right here, yeah, it might be game over here for first point.
Greedy Rope is winning that race, but Vi Lives is carefully closing in on it, and it's going to be dropped immediately off a cooldown. Here comes MPG, turning the corner. Abu tried to run away with the Javelin spin. No, dies. Now Tiller is just ducking and dodging around the center pillar. Pop Mason is there for a little backup, but Greedy Rope takes him down. That res is available, and MPG is back on their feet. +2 to Florida Tech as they approach their 4th point on the board. Jake finds Vi Lives out of the skies to take the Baptiste down. Tiller sent back along with them.
The fact that you only invest the support ultimates there from Florida Tech, if you saw how fast Greedy Rope just got that Amp Matrix online, beat Vi Lives by about 12%, yeah, that is some serious damage mitigation coming through. So now, I mean, you're going to have 3 ultimates here for Florida Tech and a lot of room to work. This tire could be absolutely gargantuan if they can force Vi Lives and Immortality out. Like that.
Yep, the Immortality is there, but Bob Mason can't get into it. A good read from Jake. Vi Lives will get some revenge. They have to deny res. I think Jake is up in the window. Could be resable. Down low is that Amp Matrix coming out of Vi Lives. Into the back line goes a boot, and everybody's off the cart. A forced off the cart by a Terra Surge. Is that a Terra C9? A Terra Surge 9? Something like that.
That's a Donkey Horse C9. That's that.
So, yeah, Terra Surge 9. I think is the best one on that one.
A Terra 9. There we go. We'll go with that.
Terra 9. Not bad.
A Spinny 9? I don't know. We'll figure something out on the end of it, but still, I mean, adaptation. Once again, they get 4 points on the board. That's good. Once again, Bob Mason didn't get into the healing circle there, so woo. Okay. Now it's up to Florida Tech. They've got to defend the first point nicely. And they've got to do it with almost 3 minutes on the clock, Jeff. So this is going to be interesting for me. What does JK bring out? Well, Jake is going to bring out the Junkrat again. We saw a lot of value gained from that. So I'm good about that.
Particularly with the tire. Every single rip tire from Jake got massive value. I mean, we can see the namesake. It's starting to make a lot of sense here, Billy. Bringing
Somebody,
out the Jake
please. I mean, yeah, please. Yeah, a boot, I agree. This match is fun.
Hey, yes. That's why I'm being silly. It's not because these players of this match is silly. It's just because I am so excited and so happy to be here. It makes me giddy. That is it. All right, Jake Rat up top. Florida Tech did not have a very good defense their first time around on point A. RMU basically just stormed through it. That cannot happen again if Florida Tech want to tie up this series.
Well, I mean, they didn't have Jake on the Junkrat at the beginning of their defense either. So it was also, remember, it also cost RMU every single ultimate other than, I believe it was the artillery strike to get them this first point. So there is a lot here riding on this.
No, and it's already a much better hold. Florida Tech, I mean, just immediately got forced off of this first corner in their initial foray of this defense. So already improvements, and like you say, look at Jake's ult charge. My goodness.
I mean, landing everything, and then the traps. I mean, they're completely catching RMU off guard. So yeah, this tire is basically going to win them a fight, and we'll see how it goes down after that.
That was a nice little play there from a boot. Kind of stuck themselves out forward and then tried to bait everybody back into the Amp Matrix of Vi Lives. Greedy Roop has one of their own. A Valkyrie has been popped as well, but MPG falls. The res into the back in front of an Amp Matrix. Oh, car, that was risky. and it kind of worked. MPG will eventually go back down. Okar just flying through the pack. That is going to do it here. RMU will get point A. I don't think there's any way anybody gets back to contest.
But it takes about, what, 40% of the time off the bank? I mean, we started at 254. We're down to 113. It'll probably be 105 when we cross the point here. A boot says, you know what? You shall not pass. And, yep, that'll be first point. So now 62 seconds to get halfway through point B.
Who's a boot chasing down there? A boot chased somebody out of the clothing store. They had to come up those side stairs and just barely made it up and regroup with the team. That would have been a disastrous pick if a boot was able to find that.
45 seconds, Jeff.
We do. Got the flux tire combo here ready to go, Billy. As the cart approaches. Artillery strike from Bot Mason. Kind of doing a bit of scouting in the back. Realizes that nobody from Florida Tech is back there. Nobody's on the
C9! Oh, double C9. Mother of God. It's been less than 12 minutes since our previous C9.
No, that was forced. The first one was forced by the terror search.
Forced
I
or
can't
not?
fault him for that.
I mean,
this was just
that
trying
was
to toe.
egregious.
That was just trying to toe the line a little too close. I mean, just trying to skirt that knife's edge to wait for reinforcements and everybody just show up, dodging the artillery strike coming in. But oh my. In extra innings, Robert Morris are able to win without actually winning the final team fight necessary. They win from just good cart presence and, well, forcing the other team to make mistakes. Oh my. Oh my. Florida Tech, how do you bounce back from that one? We'll find out when we come back. It's going to be Flashpoint from map number 3. Y'all don't go anywhere. Woo, we have had some shenanigans here in this series. I tell you what, Florida Tech, unfortunately, dropping that map too on Rialto when they could have touched the point. They could have touched. They didn't touch. They could have touched. There's a song,
Gamers touch
operatic,
point.
that should be playing right about now. Map 3. Map 3. Let's talk about map 3.
I'm just going to say, we tell gamers to touch grass all the time. Perhaps touch the point.
First things first.
I mean, you can touch grass after you touch the point, please. Thank you very much. Anyways,
yes.
So we're heading to Saravasa here. And, well, I'm going to kind of go against the run play here. I think that Florida Tech might actually have the advantage here because they are so very willing to be adaptable. And it could play into their hands. Jake has been phenomenal for Florida Tech. So has Ben the Shark. Really impressed with the tank and DPS from Florida Tech. The problem is that they have not figured out how to deal with Bot Mason. Yes, Bot Mason has died quite a few times tonight, but in the majority, Bot Mason has a lot of resources being poured into them. So perhaps, just perhaps, we look, instead of pumping all the damage into a boot, who's having a very fun time, by the way, and we look at Pixel Puppies and Vi Lives. Perhaps?
Perhaps. And I agree that Bot Mason was kind of the cornerstone of the composition here for RMU in this past couple of maps. But now we're seeing a bit of a swap. Now, it's not just Bot Mason. We saw a little bit of the Soldier 76 on Nepal, but this is what RMU have dubbed the Calzone comp. Basically, apparently the Orisa version of this comp is called the Pizza comp. So they switched to Urumatra and call it the Calzone. Which, okay. Yeah, I'm on board with it.
We see how this goes down. RMU are on match point to get themselves into the semifinals here in the Navigators division. And, well, Bot Mason doesn't miss. Hit scan for hit scan doesn't matter.
When taking down a target is difficult to hit, and small hitbox is a tracer. No easy feat for a soldier. Consistent. Oh, Tiller. We're trying to chase down a wrecking ball, which we are seeing Florida Tech. We haven't been on this yet. But Florida Tech have gone back over to their dive comp, but they haven't been able to kind of piece anything together just yet. I mean, especially when you're losing supports like that.
Yeah, I mean, Bot Mason is feeling the oats right now. They're smelling the semifinal in the air. I want to see what MPG can get done, though. MPG has been a non-factor so far on this map. I have not seen any menu hacks come out so far. And that's going to be, the cornerstone is, can they focus it down? What is Ben doing here? Where's your Sombra? Well, your Sombra's out here trying to catch strays.
Trying to work in off the outside. Ooh, Ravenous Vortex was used just to slow Ben the Shark down. Almost was enough to get the kill. And it threw off MPG's timing. You can see MPG was looking for that manual hack, but because Ben the Shark is forced out, the timing's just not there yet. Now MPG is dead before Ben the Shark is able to return, at least in earnest. Robert Morse are doing a great job of just keeping Florida Tech off balance. They're not able to execute like they want.
No, it's Bot Mason is locked in. That's the thing. Okay, Bot Mason is not missing anything right now. That's the first Flashpoint, 1 out of 3.
And when your tracer can't play the flank angles, can't even get set up, can't even get in a position to get LOS down and start building up, like that's Florida Tech will struggle unless Jake can find a way to kind of play around Bot Mason 76 here, because the legs has won every duel so far.
Bot Mason 76. Can we get the skin, please? Let's make it in RMU with a nice couple of slashes and some nice gradients here.
I like it. I like it. A good blue, white, and red. I'm all about it. Jake now has Pulse Bomb ready to go on the outside, but again, the timing just isn't quite there. Beautiful drop from RMU. It's an overclock from Tiller that just thwarts this attack despite the mines on the point. No casualties from RMU.
Okay, so here's the thing. MG, while they did well on a control map, it should be working here theoretically because this is a hyper fast control map. Yeah, completely swap it up. They have completely swapped everything up here. You know what? They're showing adaptability.
Got to. RMU wasn't letting you stage to try to build your dives. Down barrier now out on card, not making a swap, able to use this ultimate to push in and get aggressive, but running into a coalescence has to be respected. Florida Tech looking a little worse for wear. A boot now popping this annihilation has been the Shark runs past and does pick up Tiller, so has to focus down the back line, ends up getting the better end of that deal. Bot Mason does have attack visor still on this point though. On card not able to get into cover in terms of the corner. Uh-oh! Combat roll! Oh my goodness! That combat roll is just enough to keep him alive! Jake has 10 health. Then the Shark gets a kill with the Ravenous Vortex of all things. Now has a Nemesis form on this point. Coalescence out from Greedy Rope. It's a 99 on this objective. Florida Tech have to invest heavy, and they're doing it into a sound barrier. Kills traded out for both. Well, it's now going in the favor of Florida Tech as they pick up a support and a DPS. Shots fired down as a boot has managed to stay through the entirety of this fight, but now are alone. You still have Bot Mason on the outside still?
What?
How did boot not die? I don't believe that. Unreal.
Okay, I mean, I think that the VI Lives sound barrier was Ajax because I did not see that armor go or the shielding go up on everybody. But in the interim, Florida Tech now flips the point, and they're looking now a little bit better for wear. I mean, they're going to have the Annihilation and an Overclock, so this will be perilous for Robert Morris unless they can get an early pick.
Florida Tech tried to get the early pick, an aggressive move out of the Shark, knowing they have an Annihilation to back this up with, and they're going to pop it
No
immediately.
shot.
But a boot is the one that moves in. Robert Morris buying that early pick. Now look at these low health bars on the other side. A boot goes in, hungry for more, smelling blood in the water, and
What?
we'll get it. A boot kills everyone. 2 points to RMU.
And it only cost them the sound, or it only cost them the Annihilation and my word.
And some elbow grease. That's what it was. Annihilation and elbow grease.
Can we please work that into our rotation? The Annihilation is now a nanoed elbow grease ultimate. Come on. Fantastic look there from Carolyn, by the way. Thank you so much for the great pictures once again. And now they've got early point presence.
I'm surprised, too. Florida Tech looked like they had a jump on this, but they let RMU move in, and this is just a bloodbath on the objective. Sound barrier out early from Vi Lives at a 4v5 for RMU. Pixel Puppies is just desperately trying to get resources up, and not enough. Boot won't stay alive. Florida Tech with a good start they desperately needed.
Yeah, I would not have put the sound barrier in there. I know you guys are feeling your oats, but yeah, not so much, especially not up against a Reaper with the vampire healing going through there. It's going to be, a headshot or 3 to take down the Reaper. However, they're a full 5, and they have 3 ultimates at their back.
Oh, you take that trade if you are RMU. And BG, though, doesn't need a warrior to keep him alive. They just pick up one. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. Okay, maybe if you've got a boot in your face, you probably do need a warrior to keep you alive.
Jake, though, actually saves this flashpoint for Florida Tech with the headshot onto Pixel Puppies because they were looking to find the right moment to launch that coalescence now. It's a 3 ultimate fight, almost 4. A boot almost has another Annihilation. Jeff, he's about caught up to Ben on the rotation and on the economy.
Yeah, and it was only, really, yeah. And that's just because Ben made a swap as a boot, already had theirs ready to go, so. Now Ben the Shark is going to actually be the aggressor in this. They pop the Nemesis form first to try to get into the backline, and it serves them well. They find Pixel Puppies with nowhere to go. Boot trades it out once again.
Oh my God!
Death Blossom's interrupted! Florida Tech now popping ultimates. Guys, y'all have 99. It's not the other way around, but the Moira finds 2, and with that, Florida Tech feeling a little bit rewarded, feeling a little bit validated for their investment. They'll grab that flashpoint.
Well, it's all fine and good, right? But you're going to have a sound barrier versus a coalescence. But the good thing here for RMU is that you've got Annihilation ready to go. You didn't pop it in the middle of that fight, so you've got some serious staying power. And no, don't go down. Don't go down. Don't go down.
Oh, no! And the Coalescence was used. The worst of both worlds. You didn't want to have to invest your ultimate. If you're going to invest the ultimate, you sure as hell better keep your tank standing.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and call it right now. GG's to RMU for winning this, because that's going to be a third point here. Because unless Jake lands the Deadeye of a Century, they are too far away from their support ultimates. They're too far away from a Blossom or an Annihilation to really make any lasting difference in this. And a boot has shown us time and time again, since the past 2 weeks, of management of these ultimates. Well, never mind.
Still certainly winnable here for Florida Tech is what I was going to say. That's a lot of low health bars, though. That Annihilation is perfect for finishing off low health targets. So is Tiller. Managing to pick up 2. And RMU don't even use their sound barrier. For Florida Tech, you were hoping to get more ults out than just the one.
Well, I mean, VI Lives dies before they can pop the sound barrier. So, you know, maybe a blessing in disguise. You're going to have the tac visor and the overclock and the sound barrier to hold you here at 78%.
That's Greedy Rope eating a lot of damage early, now hiding and waiting for that passive to kick in. Being protected by Ben the Shark. Florida Tech have one last shot at this map. They have to win this fight. And it's going to be a Nemesis Pop sound barrier as well. And they're still in a 4v5. Tac visor in from the outside.
Whoa, Jake
gets 2. Death Blossom in the middle won't cut it, but Jake picks up a 3rd. Finding that range you were asking of them. Tiller silences them. Bob Mason with 3 health is able to use their own healing to top them. No, their healing is gone. Bob Mason gets a kill with 3 health. Tiller comes back onto the point. Greedy Rope falls. Bob Mason has managed to top off the DPS are staying here tall. RMU are not going down. Bob Mason and Tiller send Florida Tech away. RMU will win this in a 3-0.
Ah! How do you turn that in that kind of fashion? Holy cow! I'm not speechless very often, but I am absolutely speechless right now. Bot Mason should be the MVP of the Navigator's entire tournament, based upon that last fight alone.
Love the respect and the. Oh my goodness! I mean, the sportsmanship. My mind's blowing away. My mind's broken. I couldn't even think of the word sportsmanship. The sportsmanship that Florida Tech showed there at the end, even after that just heartbreaking loss, they're saying, you know what, GG's, good luck in the rest of the tournament. Man, I love to see it. Mad respect for all 10 players on the battlefield, but I mean, what a standout performance from Bot Mason and the rest of Robert Morris University Academy White. This one was clean. This is a scary looking team, Billy.
I mean, this is why my favorite division throughout the entirety of the NECC is the fact that all the teams show each other in triumph or defeat.
I love it.
That's why I call this the most wholesome division in all of the NECC. And I mean, just a fantastic series all the way around. Both teams putting all their heart out there. My word. This was a series to end all series. I don't care what anybody else says about their SR. Who cares? They play the game the way it's meant to be played, with their heart and with their fingers.
And with leaving nothing on the battlefield. You know, they put it all out there from both sides. And I mean, I gotta tell you what, every time, this is 2 weeks in a row, we've had this Robert Morris squad on stream, and both games have been absolute, just top tier entertainment, and both for different reasons. But I love this RMU squad. I can't wait to see what else they do here in the Navigators Division playoffs. We take a look here at the final map totality, the tally, if you would. The totality? Okay, never mind. I'm not even going to go there. I mean, I think Rialto was the closest one. I mean, I can't help but wonder if not for the crucial errors to end Rialto, are we looking at a different series right now, Billy?
I mean, Nepal went 3, right? And it was close across all 3 maps. Rialto, the closest of them all. Suravasa, if Bot Mason doesn't clutch the F out there, we're looking at a 2-2, and we're going to Garden. Okay, so this is a serious matter of just a pick here or there. We talk about it so much. You and I have talked about this for years. It's a pick here or there. And literally a game of pixels, and that's just what happened just now. So, I mean, I don't do this very often, but I love both these teams.
Yeah.
That was a hell of a series.
Maybe you don't do it very often. You love all of our teams.
No, I love all of our teams, but I don't usually like.
Yeah.
I love both of you.
Right. You got Billy to gush, y'all. You got Billy to gush. What
I'm
can I say?
gushing.
Congrats to RMU for another fantastic performance. Moving on forward. That's going to keep us moving on forward through our evening. Will be Chef Billy and myself saying adieu. But we will welcome Sam and 2 Tryhard Ray in here to close out the evening. They're going to got Texas A&M White taking on the Slugs. NECC, we're not done yet. Don't go away.
NECC is continuing its march through the playoffs here in the Champions Division for Overwatch 2. Hello everyone, my name is Sam Tonks. Joining me is 2Tryhard Ray, and for tonight we are in our third series of the evening. This time around we're going to be taking a look at Texas A&M White going up against University of California, Santa Cruz. Hey, the Slugs.
Yeah, it's going to be a grudge match between two top-tier up-and-coming esports programs. They were literally in the same division during the spring semester. They did forfeit, Texas A&M did, during the regular season, so we didn't get that matchup, but they matched up against each other in the finals, and UCSC took the victory 4-1. So Texas A&M, they have revenge on the mind.
That they do, and the Nationals are only continuing to get more and more spicy, and I think nothing will show that better than if we take a look at our bracket and how things have been looking. And so this is the quarterfinals, obviously upcoming in the semifinals very soon, and then nothing short of spectacularity when the finals are going to happen. Of course, you have Texas A&M White going up against UCSCA in the quarters. So whoever wins out in this matchup is going to take on either the winner of Mizzou or Illinois Wesleyan Titans. That's going to be a matchup of the ages. You look over at the above, we have Acadia University up against Terps, William and Mary. It's SNHU Sapphire. So this is actually pretty interesting when you look at the seeding arrangement, right, Ray? When you look at the ranks these teams are coming in at.
Yeah, I mean, just offhand, it kind of feels like the lower side of this bracket is kind of stacked. Nothing against the teams at the top, but I mean, come on, Mizzou, Illinois Wesleyan, UCSC, like A&M, like it's got a lot of big time programs and big time schools. So it's whoever comes out from the bottom side of the bracket is going to be battle tested and ready to take on the winner of the upper half of the bracket.
That they are. It's going to be, someone's going to have their bell rung, and it's going to be a rough day for whoever that's going to be. It's Texas A&M White's, UCSC's chance, though, to be able to show what they're made of here. And more importantly for Texas A&M, this is their chance to be able to take on this University of California Santa Cruz team, beat them down 4-1. A very decisive victory. And one that, you know, when you look back on it and you're trying to figure out how are we going to go about fixing this, what are we going to be able to do, you've had that time to prepare now. And on top of that, you have a brand new season where some things have changed, not much, but some things have changed, maybe able to get you that success you're looking for. Let's go ahead and jump into the lineups here, Ray, for Texas A&M White.
Yeah, we have Abraxas, Turtles, Riptide, Almond, and Todo, or Toto. I mean, I love both versions of the name, but regardless, this team is a stacked roster. I mean, they have been up and coming in that Champions Division for a very long time, and this esports program for Texas A&M is only continuing to grow. And now that we've highlighted Texas A&M, let's go ahead and pull off that roster for UCSCA.
None other than NVM, J2HC, Zebra, the Orchestra, and Kreffin. And just like what you were saying about Texas A&M White, this is another team that has gone the distance. It is a stacked roster, one that we know is more than capable of taking this fight time and time again to Tamu White. I wouldn't be surprised here if they've learned even more and have been able to continue to build upon the synergy that they've already been able to put at the forefront of this team time and time again. But this is just the beginning of the tale. This is just the beginning of the evening of these teams, especially when we start getting and talking about our maps. It's been a rigorous season. It's been a lot of work to get here on the national stage. It's also going to be a lot of work that they have ahead of them. And it all starts off on our first map of Oasis.
Yeah, very excited. I feel like we haven't seen Oasis as the control point in quite some time in in NECC here. So I am very excited. Oasis has a lot of varying compositions, like most control maps, depending on the point. We do know what's been mostly the meta right now, which has been that Orisa. Sometimes you get the Ramatra mixed in here or there. There's some situations where you might run Winston, but it's pretty standard. Orisa seems to be the mainstay tank, and I think this map is going to allow Orisas to be able to succeed, especially Gardens and University. When we get to City Center, that could change a little bit. Maybe teams elect to pull out the dive a little bit. Maybe you pull out a Winston. But I still think Orisa is going to be the main play on this map.
I think so too. The golden horse, the golden child right now, let's go ahead and be real about that, has been having nothing short of a spectacular time in the spotlight. And it feels like everything is built around this hero, built around this tank. It's just so oppressive. No damage fall off, powerful ultimate, able to get in your face, able to stop ultimates with that javelin. It's unreal what Orisa can do. And obviously for that high skill ceiling, you're able to get a lot out of it. But we're going to see which team is going to be able to make that horse potentially work for them.
Couldn't agree with you more, and a lot of these plays can come down to the DPS you throw alongside the Orisa. We've seen that Tracer's always the mainstay, but there's been a variation whether you get like the Sojourn or the Cassie. We're going to have to see when it comes to that. Gardens is going to be the first map, however. And for both teams, I mean, it's hard for me to comment on any of these when it feels so silly and they haven't come out of spawn yet, so I'm going to give it just a second. And they are going to roll out on the Doomfist Sombra Tracer, so full-on dive for Texas A&M. I mean, similar situation for UCSC. They're playing a Winston dive, however.
Hey, they're already blowing our socks off. We've got a whole new look for both of these teams. Riptide's going to get in the face of this Zebra Doomfist, really stop them from gaining too much of that space on the site and continue to stonewall them from going any further. Now, it's time for Zebra to get into the back line. This lets Riptide do whatever they want. Looking around, it seems like having this Cassidy on their side. But for those headshots, looking perfect. Double kill for them. Clean first capture at this point from Texas A&M White.
Oh, I'm sorry. I totally read the labels wrong there for a second. I don't know what I was thinking. It makes sense for UCSC to be on the Doomfist dive with Zebra on their team. I mean, that is what Zebra is known for. And with the Winston, I think that Cassidy's playing a big role so far. Those magnetic grenades do a lot to slow down a lot of these players when you're trying to dive in because it just completely hinders you.
Back around. Zebra struggling to get in on the site. The Doomfist extraordinaire! It looked like Turtles was almost able to get back onto safe land, but there was always the threat of gravity, and Zebra continuing to roll through on this Doomfist, continuing to show why they're spectacular on this hero.
Yeah, the Doomfist extraordinaire, that is Zebra. I mean, 40%, however, A&M is nothing to slouch at. However, UCSC is coming up on a plethora of ultimates. I think the main one they're playing for is going to be this EMP, but they have a lot of ultimates they could use here to gain percentage before they even have to be forced to use this EMP. So, Texas A&M has to find an opening here, and it might be possible with this high noon from Turtles.
It's just difficult. They hindered him. J2HC knew that they needed to get rid of the Cassidy. Now you're gonna commit the sound barrier for Texas A&M White. You did get the orchestra. You prevented them from using their own sound barrier. This is huge for Texas A&M. They can keep going and keep the train without any breaks on top of it. You've stuck Riptide, but a quick Primal Rage is going to nullify all of the damage that was done there. Juggle the Kiriko up and away. Maybe be able to get the pick off, but you're seeing the EMP being thrown in kind. Here's a high noon from Turtles. May slow things down just enough, but Zebra's gonna get in their face, delay the Cassidy. What a pulse bomb from Abraxas, and Almond following it up here. Texas A&M White looking beautiful.
Yeah, to me, in the chaos of that fight, Sam, it was poor execution on the side of UCSC. J2HC got a beautiful EMP, but it was just mistimed with the rest of their team because no one was there to really follow up on it, and A&M was just able to roll after the EMP ended.
Braxis picks up another one. Ooh, quick step away from Kreffin. Kiriko is struggling to stay alive, and they know which target that they want to go for. This is all up to UCSC to get over towards this point. MBM pick up on their mirror. Riptide back over. Just had to look towards that high ground. Kiriko is up there. J2HC is going to strike back once more. And inside of this overtime, UCSC has done it. Feels like for costing them very little to make it happen.
Yeah, they didn't have to use any ultimate coming to that fight. Both teams coming up on quite a lot. We're going to get double support ultimate engaged in this next fight, but UCSC is going to have the pulse bomb advantage. So NVM got to set something up for UCSC because they're going to have to hold for at least another 2, maybe 3 fights to be able to secure this point. So they're going to need a big pulse bomb.
55%. Texas A&M White's 99%. Texas A&M White can win out here. This is going to be big for them, and it may be done off of the back of this Kitsune rush. But here it is, the counter answer. Almost going to pop off. In goes the pulse bomb. Out goes the Doomfist, throwing them all back into the Tracer. And you've ripped away any hopes and dreams of Tamu White. Pushing back.
One final fight for both of these teams to secure the first point, and you gotta favor UCSC, especially with the stagger on the Almond. You're gonna have the EMP, you're gonna have the sound barrier. So unless Abraxas can get into this next fight, Sam, and come through with a big pulse bomb, it seems like UCSC is gonna be able to ride this momentum they've built up, especially with the EMP.
Oh, that EMP is perfection personified. They knew exactly what needed to be done. The call out was brilliant, and UCSC at the cliff's edge of losing out instead sidesteps it and throws Tamu White off.
1-0.
It's a great start for both of these teams. Great, highly contested first map. And the big thing for me is I'm actually surprised they're electing to run, basically dive back at UCSC with a Winston. One hero that counters a Doomfist pretty hard is the Orisa, being able to throw those spears when Doomfist power blocks and really affect what he's trying to do. The only thing I can think of is maybe when they previously matched up, they tried going Orisa at this, and maybe the Sombra that we saw out of J2HC was very bothersome. But on this map, they're not going to go that. They're going to have him go over to the Sojourn. So once again, for the Sojourn, it's going to be control of this high ground. Turtles and J2HC are going to be looking to fight over that and give themselves great angles to be shooting at.
You're going to need to look for that. Quick boop away from Almond, but if Zebra, this tank is built of sturdier stuff and not going to be pushed around that easy just yet. They really want to dislodge them from the high ground, but Almond is getting peppered so hard. They can barely do anything. Finally, the Winston's going to go up there to meet them with his high ground and try to bully them. There's always going to be that target of turtles that you need to keep an eye on. And time again, this Cassidy is going to be thrown around, and that's up to turtles to fight back. And they've done just that. Gotten rid of the orchestra, gotten rid of a lot of the mobility from UCSC, and you're seeing this being put in prime spotlights here for Texas A&M.
Yeah, University is going to be a much tougher map to be able to run this Doomfist because it's a lot more close quarters and closed off. So Turtle's going to have a lot easier job hitting these magnetic grenades. Zero doesn't have a whole playground to work with. So I think advantage does go over to the Winston composition that A&M is playing. But can they continue the momentum that they've built?
It's going to have to. Otherwise, UCSC is going to walk away with the first map of Oasis if they don't win out on this round. And it's looking like it might actually be possible here. Texas A&M is hurting across all avenues of this war front. Close there for to do. Abraxas with the pulse bomb tries as they might, but it's a zebra world, and we're all just lucky to be able to live in it right now. While all of this is going down, while Tamu is losing all of these players, they have not lost the point, and that is pivotal. Look at this, 54% A Riptide Primal Rage is just continuing to gain those numbers over and over, and the point still hasn't been flipped. Reinforcements have come back in, and what a hold from Riptide. That Primal Rage timed out just perfectly, and finally they fall, and this may be the rest of the team of Tamu White falling with them.
Yeah, but a very staggering 70% gain as J2HC now goes over to the Sombra, realizing that with his Winston, you can be extremely vulnerable on the Sojourn, and the Sombra provided great value with those hacks previously unguarded, so why not just go back to that? NVM, who got a big pulse bomb to try and set things up on Gardens and bring it home, has another pulse bomb to try and keep this percentage growing for UCSC.
Here it is, the Orchestra, but it wasn't good enough to save Zebra in time. Now Turtles just gets to walk all in, up with the dead eye. You see NVM right there, and how could you not take your shot? It's all power, all forward momentum for Texas A&M, and they are not letting it be ripped away.
I would say the one thing you have going for you if you're A&M, at least from what we've seen on NECC stream specifically, Sam, we haven't seen UCSC really deviate away from the Doomfist composition, so you kind of know what to expect with this team, so they have the ability to prepare specific comps to go against this Doomfist.
Oh, it's so dangerous for Zebra, stuck in a stick. It's on Riptide though, over and over. This Turtles has the aim to pay the bills. NVM couldn't get out of there in time. Turtles looked over to a completely different direction. Just needs to get rid of J2HC or get rid of Creffin. These low, squishy targets. And you have Zebra in your face, but this Doomfist has met their own doom. Texas A&M White tying up map number 1 of Oasis. 3rd round incoming.
And that was a much more dominating effort coming out from the side of Texas A&M. And I had a feeling that might happen on a map like University. Like I mentioned, it's just a much harder map to play the Doomfist well. And Zebra did the best he could considering all the situations. But Turtles on the Cassidy got a whole lot of value and was doing a great job of every time the Doomfist came in, throwing that magnetic grenade on him and not allowing Zebra to just get away. And they were able to capitalize on that. But now we come to City Center. This is like the map of Oasis, where like there's the most amount of room for Doomfist to be able to work with. So I feel like this is going to be a much better setup for UCSC in coming into City Center.
A lot more room, high ground, much more navigable for Doomfist. Not only that, they can dance around the gazebo, and look at how quick this team is able to take that high ground. It's so dangerous for Riptide, it's so dangerous for Zebra. On the other opposite end of that coin, Turtles, a magnificent show of force here. And a magnificent first blood from them. Quick bubble's gonna go down, heal the team back up to full. They're good to go. Turtles seize the head, click the head, and they are all falling like dominoes. Texas A&M White transplanting what they did on previous sub-map and bringing it here onto City Center.
And just continuing to find staggers as the Sombra is in danger. And that is just absolutely disgusting coming out from A&M. They know when UCSC is on the back ropes and know when to push their advantage and just waste so much of UCSC's time to gain all this percentage. However, now that you're in this situation, you got to be careful of Zebra setting up these dives with NVM, who already almost has a pulse bomb.
Very, very close to it. Turtles have been having a heyday of their own, but how much more can they continue against NVM and J2HC? Zebra gets right into the back line, looking for that perfect target, distract long enough, land a pulse bomb, and get rid of this pain point that has been this Cassidy time and time again. Riptide is so close to that Primal Rage. They do have it now. We gotta remember what was accomplished from this one tank alone. Get them low, get them dangerous in territory, and then they pop the Primal Rage, and then they get the sound barrier to go along with it. It's all about disruption. It's all about keeping this team on their toes, and you're sending J2AC back into the spawn point. Up there's the Meteor Strike, and To-Do is gonna go for a ride of their own. Zebra, quick flip back over, finds a Lucio. Hey, be able to get the pick off here. Doesn't want to press the issue for far too long. But again, they're fighting all of these and going all over the place. giving up so much of this percentage on the board.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be my main point. Yes, you're winning this fight, and it's been so long and so staggered that you're already up to 83% for A&M White. So really, they're looking at a situation where they only have to win one more fight, and they might be getting this point. However, UCSC has a stockpile of ultimates, and there's the first one.
There's the first one. MVM at death's door, but more than happy to step back in time after throwing a pulse bomb to remind Texas A&M White what this team is capable of.
This is what UCSC is going to need in order to get back into this map, is winning fights with very little ult commit. I feel like you need to come into this next fight and win with just the EMP. Maybe you can throw in a sound barrier, but you don't want to use the 3 ults you have online. You gotta get away with only using 1 or 2.
There it is. The first one comes out, and it's brilliant. A2HC gains so much value time and time again from this EMP. Texas A&M White just has no answer to it every single time.
Yeah, there's not much they can do. I mean, Abraxas gets a pick in the middle of that fight, but it doesn't matter. The EMP has already wiped out the rest of his team. We're going to get, double support commits to this next fight. But Abraxas has the pulse bomb advantage in this next fight. But we've seen NVM have had the much better end of the pulse bombs in this map so far. Can Abraxas come through with a big one right now for A&M to set them up for a map win?
Here's the Kitsune rushes, both teams popping off, ready to let the Fonks guide them to where they need to go. Riptide is going to be the one to cause a Riptide. Turtles firing back too. It's a massacre. It's Texas A&M White knowing that they need to win. They can't have a repeat of the conference finals. They still don't have the point just yet. Zebra, the last remaining roadblock and obstacle. A&M White's going to get this point back, but UCSC still has time for the fight.
Yeah, and I mean, we get pulse bombs going at it. What it's going to come down to is Turtles versus NVM, Sam. It feels like this has been the story of the first map. Pulse bomb versus High Noon. Who makes the play for their team?
So close, but it's going to be NVM to make the play. A double pulse bomb kill. You walked right into it. And this is disastrous for Texas A&M. No sound barrier. The Lucio that could have swung everything for this team instead misses the fences. UCSC just needs the final 5%.
And that's the thing, Sam. That was one of both the High Noon and the sound barrier were taken out in that pulse bomb.
Wait a minute, but it's not over, Kreffin. Little too far forward. Riptide taking their way through. It's a back and forth. The trains are coming in. Riptide is going to do it all themselves if they have to. Oh my God. Texas A&M White. Again, how is it possible? How have they done it? Taking map number 1 of Oasis 2-1 in what should have not been possible at all.
My jaw is just like on my desk right now, Sam. That was absolutely ridiculous. But that sound barrier coming out to give the team the necessary sustain to allow Riptide and Abraxas to go touch the point was invaluable. And then you come through and you get zoning from the High Noon, which forced everyone back to the point. And that's exactly what Riptide wanted, so he could just take advantage of that Winston and be able to get a lot of picks. But man, what a comeback on that final fight for Texas A&M. They take the first map in. If we remember back, they lost 4-1 to UCSC in the finals, and they've already taken the first map.
Unbelievable performance for Texas A&M. And it also felt like a team that was just a little more coordinated on their assaults, Ray. Right? Sure, they suffer some major missteps here and there, especially when you look at how much value MVM was able to get from the pulse bombs. They're so quick on their feet, especially with how you were describing the final battle plan that gave them the opportunity to come back and sweep the victory away from UCSC. It's thinking on your feet and being able to improvise and adapt, but also insane what Riptide on the Winston was able to do over and over.
Yeah, that pulse bomb, Sam, I thought it was over.
Yeah.
Because they got the Lucio and the Cassidy, and that was their 2 ults they had in that fight. But they're able to come back with the sustain of that sound barrier. Absolutely nuts first map. And if that has any saying on how this series is going to go, man, I am excited because that was just a mind-blowing first map.
And it also comes back to the same issue that it felt like UCSC was running into over and over, was that they were getting the picks, they were finding the players, they weren't getting the point, they weren't getting the objective. It felt like it was more a team deathmatch kind of game rather than the objective style game they were looking for. And so Texas A&M White was able to run away with so much of these maps time and time again. This has to feel like a really powerful, not even just momentum, but mental boost for Tamu White, knowing that you've at least taken map number 1 off of what I would say is your rival.
Yeah, and I think they know they can't afford to relax because all they got was 1 map in the previous series. So they have got to know that they can't afford to relax. They got to keep the pressure up on this UCSC squad because in the blink of an eye, they're going to be right back in this series. So just absolutely insane between both of these teams. I cannot wait to see how this series progresses. And we know the next map type will be Escort. And that can change a lot of things depending which Escort map we go to. We know it's going to be the pick of UCSC, and I feel like if they're going to keep playing this Doom comp, they have to go to a map that's more suitable to being able to play those types of compositions, and we're going to have to see.
It doesn't feel like there's a lot of those style of maps on Escort. Granted,
yeah, I was thinking the same thing,
right?
But
obviously there is, but it's and when you're thinking about it as well for the way that UCSC likes to play with this Doomfist style, sure there may not be much, but they have to have something in their back pocket, kind of something that I would think of maybe Shambali Monastery. We've been seeing a lot of that being played, and a lot of teams are really finding their groove on that map. I mean, we've seen a lot of Doomfist on Shambali.
Yeah, because I was thinking Escort in general, in a general sense, tends to be maps that have a lot of high ground and high ground, like to where Doomfist has to use a lot just to get up there and engage, and then he doesn't have a lot to get away. So, your maps like Gibraltar, not very Doomfist friendly as much. Dorado, even Rialto to a point. So I think, you're kind of forced into a situation where maybe you look at Junkertown, maybe, but still, I think your best bet if you want to play Doomfist is going to be Shambali Monastery. But I mean, I believe both teams get a ban. So if I'm Texas A&M, I'd be looking to ban that map.
UCSC is definitely taking their time on the deliberations. They are going through the motions. I think they may even be themselves a little shocked at what happened here. And we can't even just forget round number 1 of Oasis. That wasn't a simple round for UCSC by any means. Texas A&M is out for blood, and it feels like they are getting that right now. But this is funny, right? We're not going to Shambali Monastery. We're not going to the peaks of Nepal. No, instead, we're going to Watch Point Gibraltar. So it is that Doomfist style map where, yes, you're still trying to manipulate the high ground. Yes, you're still trying to force your opponents into awkward positions. What scares me is that Texas A&M White has really shown their own strength of will on Winston style composition, which is perfect for this map.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. I'm like, why are we going to like one of the best Winston maps in the game if you're UCSC? Maybe they look to pull out something other than the Doomfist, but just base value, you feel like this is a very favorable map for Texas A&M White. So one has to think UCSC has some sort of reason to pick this map. Maybe it's a way they like to play it, a certain comp they play on this map, maybe a strat with the Doomfist. But there's a reason they picked this map. We're just gonna have to figure out once we get in.
May just be a comfort pick. Maybe somewhere that Zebra knows and understands the Doomfist techniques and is able to fight back even if they are playing Winston. And this just goes to show you once more the confidence that this team is able to exude, right? You don't get this far into nationals without knowing what you're doing. You especially don't take down a team like Tamu White without 4-1 at that, without knowing what you're doing. So for UCSC, this is still far from over. You are feeling a little bit of those missteps and trying to clean up some of the mistakes that you had on map number 1 of Oasis, and somehow turn the tables back onto Tamu White.
I mean, the one thing I will say is UCSC, I think, exemplifies the idea of being comfortable in your own skin in what you play, specifically being the Doomfist, kind of like the London Spitfire kind of theory, where it's like, look, we're really good at this comp. We're going to force it everywhere we can because we feel like we're just very good at it and we can beat teams with it. And I mean, they have been fantastic at it all season long. There's a reason why they're here right now. Just the big question is when you're going to face a better team, you know, like Texas A&M White. I know they beat them in the finals, but things can change just in a short period of time. Seems like A&M has learned a lot just from their one match against UCSC.
J2HC, giving up Dreams of the Sombra, wants to meet Turtles on the Cassidy. So it's who has the quicker hand in the West, the better 6-piece. It's still the battle of these two tanks. Ooh, what a anti-nade from Creffin. Riptide had no chance there.
Yeah, I don't even think they expected the Ana to be there, but just well timed out of Creffin, and it buys so much card space to now where you only need to win a single fight to bring this across the first point, which is huge because this is normally the point where you waste so much time as a defensive team.
This is Tamu White's chance to fight back here. Now you're seeing the counter anti-nade finding massive value of its own. Forced to back off, forced to get out of there. Zebra forced to look for different avenues of keeping their health going and up. But both teams have met on the battlefield once more. Quick power block from Zebra. Seems like right now it's just poking and prodding and looking for those weaker defenses, but Riptide much more cognizant of where this Ana is, much more cognizant of that anti-nade and playing just a little bit more cautiously this time around. Beautiful bubble. Let's stop that there, but that anti-nade is brutal again.
Yeah, that's the big thing is Riptide's going in there with a lot of confidence, but you have to be a little bit cautious knowing there's an Ana there time and time again who punished you once already. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me is what I'm thinking right now, Sam.
And MVM is wrecking them all away. Turtles is going to walk away with one, but that is all they're going to be doing. Riptide is getting eaten alive again. There's going to be a slight stagger here, and UCSC gets to gain some valuable ground.
Yeah, 4.5 minutes to get second point is a massive time bank. I feel like that's what we're going to need to see out of A&M White is for to do, being able to hit these big nades on Zebra and force him out of these fights early and often and not allow him to put the immense amount of pressure he's been able to put on Riptide.
4 minutes on the clock. Oh, you're right, asleep in front of them. Riptide even inside of their primal rage. There's just nothing that they can do here. Not when they're sleeping and not when J2HC is looking at you with an incredibly insane ultimate. The Slugs feeling like a completely different team from Oasis.
Couldn't agree with you more, and it doesn't, you know, I was going to talk about how you force him to use 3 ults in that fight, but it doesn't matter if you're UCSC because you're capping second point. You have 5 minutes to finish this map, and, you know, they're just making me shut my mouth at this point. Like, I was like, how well will this Doomfist do up against the Winston on this map? And a lot, you know, credit to Creffin, but they are just putting so much anti-Winston pressure under Riptide.
Creffin, knowing how to play this Ana, knowing when to apply the pressure at the right times. Riptide may be able to do that themselves here with a nano boost. This monkey's been struggling over and over. Not slept this time around. Not gonna happen, but you're gonna give the nano boost over to your support duo. Orchestra is emboldened, empowered, and swinging this mace like their life depends on it because they know that it does, but minor positioning loss on the low ground lets Turtles go ham on them here. And finally, for a moment, Texas A&M White gets to breathe.
Just a little bit of breath because there's still 4 minutes that UCSC is going to have. However, the position that the cart is in right now is going to make it much harder for Zebra and this, you know, Zebra and NVM specifically to be able to engage in these fights. It's going to be a lot easier for to be able to take their position and look for big nades.
Alright, side noon for Turtles. Looking all across, zoning them out, trying to buy some time, prevent them from doing anything, but MVM doesn't care about a Deadeye. All they have in their eyesight is a Abraxas. Continue to wreck through and get some value out of this pulse bomb. You can always bet that MVM is going to do just that, and they're still chewing through the rest of this team. Abraxas finally gets onto the field and gets rid of this demon that has been Tracer. And at this point, the damage has been done. And again, UCSC is just pushing and pushing.
Yeah, it's only going to take one good fight here. So many ultimates used by A&M White. UCSC still has 3 to be able to use, and Todo's already down.
Who's already down? J2HC looking from the heavens above. A Deadeye, deadly as it can be in that position. This is just Tamu White falling over. Nothing that can be done. Nothing that can stop the inevitable approach. Not even Riptide. Right in front of the payload. 2 minutes and 53 seconds for UCSCA.
UCSC came back into this map just angry, Sam. I think they were very upset with themselves for dropping that first map. They come into Gibraltar in a situation where we weren't sure how this Doomfist was going to work, and it has been working out extremely well. Zebra's been able to control space, control high ground at the right time, and put so much pressure onto Riptide, and there's just been no answer from Texas A&M White thus far.
That's what I was saying. This is a team, UCSC, that knows what they're doing. And you think Watchpoint Gibraltar gonna be difficult for a Doomfist. Not when they're empowered in the ways that they are. Not when Creffin is so brilliant in this Ana play, and NVM continuing to be the Tracer of nightmares. Right? This is the Tracer that you feel like on the enemy team as the thinnest hitbox in the world, with the largest weapon range to go along with it.
How's it hanging? Hello.
As we now move over to the attack for Texas A&M White, no teams are going to swap anything up. No surprising, especially from the side of UCSC. They absolutely dominated that attack and hoping to keep that same energy on this defense. However, A&M is making an adaptation. They're going to have Turtles go over to the Echo. Going to be tough going into this Cassidy, but if you can make sure you keep out of range and out of sight and have all that burst damage and that focusing beam, I think it could work, but it's just you have to be very careful of your sight lines.
You're also going to have to be very careful if Riptide's getting Riptided off the rip. This payload is barely making any progress before the tank has already been brought to heel. CSC knowing exactly how to manipulate, how to abuse this team. Up in the high ground, Turtles following up with their tank. But it's just so difficult, it feels like, to punch through this, especially when you have the Cassidy in your face at all times. We're like, this is our one best possible chance maybe to get rid of Creffin. They could continue to try and swing, but look at this! The body block! That's just bullying, Ray!
I mean, like I mentioned, UCSC is very angry, Sam. They are very upset about losing that first map, and they are not going to let Texas A&M White off easy whatsoever, and they are just making this so hard. Their approach, trying to take this high ground away, UCSC has just been denying them. Good anti-nade, but can they follow up? They do.
Looks like they're able to. Sometimes it just has to fall onto the hands of the Ana. Riptide is going to Goomba Stomp Orchestra and then fight off against the rest. No one there to give them the heals, but Turtles is going to try and fight against Turtles. Zebra, rather. They're out of there, though. This is a good chance UCSC squad can regroup.
Animal on animal action there, Sam. You don't see a turtle and the zebra ever interacting like that, but we get to see it here in Overwatch in CECC Collegiate, and it is a beauty to see.
All right, To-Do knows exactly who they're giving that nano boost. Has to be Riptide. Hearing the... Oh, what a sleep! J2HC getting nothing from that Deadeye. Phenomenal work from this team. May not be quite as fast as what UCSC was able to accomplish here. But now we're going to have Turtles duplicate back over for a Brigitte. Orchestra want to fall. Point going to be taken. Just about 30 seconds left here for Tamu, but still a pretty decent time fake.
Yeah, I mean, it's still pretty good time they were able to make, considering how, I don't know, it felt different to me. Like UCSC felt like they glided through first point. A&M, it felt like a lot tougher, but they still end up, you know, it was only a 30-second difference. So Riptide now going to pull out that primal rage, just looking to survive and maybe juggle some people and find some picks, but none are found.
Again, they get slept through a majority of that. So this primal rage is being nullified. Instead, you're gonna take the nap through it. Oh, focus beam Zebra! Of course, it's a meteor strike. They get out of there, and then they're gonna try and bully your support line. But here comes the rally. Zebra stuck in the corner, but not before they take out to do. Of course, you always know that there's gonna be an exit strategy and a plan to go along with it. Out they are. J2HC is gonna fall. Look at how close that point was. They needed to get there to fight, and they needed to get there to save it. Try and keep your tank alive. Try and keep them going. Turn your attention back over. It's everyone falling, all of the dominoes going along with it. But NVM, the hero of the hour for UCSC. 2.37 meters, Ray. Heartbreaking.
Couldn't agree with you more. Definitely gut-wrenching if you're the side of Tamu White, and they committed a lot. The rally and the dupe to that fight. J2HC on the Sojourn now, hopefully giving them a lot better chances of dealing with this Echo. I mean, so far so good, but can you keep it up? We're coming up on Pulse Bomb and Nano for the side of Tamu.
This may just be good enough to get them across the finish line, but if you don't have Abraxas, well, the finish line continues to extend itself further and further away. Zebra has just a smidge of health. Not able to get it back in time. Riptide's been hit with the anti-nade. That's going to slow and delay the approach once more. Turtle saying that if NVM can do it, so can I. But is this overclock going to end things? Turtles being a very wily target, but J2HC is going to get theirs eventually. They're holding on for dear life, stuck with the sticky grenade. Riptide's going to land on top of them. The rally falls off. Krevin may be able to get back in there, and they do, giving Zebra this nano boost. They're empowered, they're healed back up to full to go along with it, and now Almond's gonna get a nano boost as well. You're fighting fire with fire here, it feels like, and now the primal rage is going to tear this team apart. But it's Meteor Strike, oh, and a sleep! They knew it was gonna happen, they knew that they wanted to be fought against. Zebra's not gonna be worried about, but they're gonna go right back on top of them. And UCSC fighting for dear life, and they have found it.
Those support ultimates were crucial to UCSC keeping that point alive. The rally keeping Zebra up just long enough. Kreffin being able to come back and give the nano as well. And it just kept things alive just long enough to get the right people back for the side of UCSC. But they had to pretty much throw in everything to that fight, Sam. They've been wasting a lot of time. But Tamu's got 3 ults to throw into this next fight. This is their opportunity once they reset after Almond gets taken down by an anti-nade.
Yeah, exactly. They may not even be able to do just that. 40 seconds now, and they're struggling to even see the payload again. You're wondering what Riptide is going to be able to do here. It's starting to feel like potentially not much.
Yeah, it has been tough sledding for Riptide on this map after, you know, what was a very impressive first map. And we thought Winston was going to be so good on this map, and so far it's been a little lackluster, but UCSC's been playing it really well, sleeping him every time he has Primal. They're just doing everything they can to limit the value that this Winston has.
Turtles dupes the Doomfist. We try and cause the same amount of chaos that Zebra does. At the very least, Abraxas gets no one touches the point.
Not again. Not
No
again,
one
Sam. No.
touches the point. Certified C9 moment. UCSCA taking map number 2 of Gibraltar and tying up our series in a nice neat bow. 1-1 in a crushing, maybe even soul-breaking defeat for Tamu White.
What was that tweet that Bullskuck was gonna put out, Sam, fellow caster of ours, where it's like touch grass less but touch the point or something like that? I'm paraphrasing, but man, it's just raining true with another C9 coming through right now. It's just absolutely devastating. I mean, it was still gonna be a tough uphill battle there, but you never know. You gotta make sure you touch the point, man. That just hurts so bad.
Oh, so at the very least for UCSC, right, Ray? On Oasis, they fought to the very bitter end. Everyone was doing their part. And so you take that black eye and you go forward knowing that at least you were giving it your all. For Texas A&M White, they still had a little bit more to give, just no one was there. And we were harping so much on UCSC, kind of playing team deathmatch, kind of not looking at the point or the objective or however you take it. Tamu White letting that slip through their fingers in the way that it was. It happens to the best of us though, Ray, right? It happens all the time. But that is still gonna hurt.
That it will. But now in this series, we are tied 1-1. UCSC is able to counter-strike. Texas A&M, the momentum they have built has kind of gone down the tank a little bit. Will UCSC be able to carry the momentum into what will be Texas A&M's map pick? Well, we're going to find out right after this break. So make sure you grab a drink, grab a snack, because we got more great Overwatch Champions divisions for you right after this.
Ooh, the Nationals are looking so good in the quarterfinals right now here for NECC Overwatch 2. Welcome back, everyone. If you are just joining us right now, Texas A&M University White is going up against University of California Santa Cruz A. We are now 1-1. Map number 1 going to TAMU White. Map number 2 going to UCSCA. None other than a C9. So all eyes are on map number 3, Ray, our Flashpoint game mode, to see who is going to take the lead.
Which, I mean, like, that's like the simplest one. Like, there's not really a ban phase. It's just pick a map. And we do have that map pick in. And I feel like I need to do a little bit of this, Sam. Like, am I seeing what I'm seeing? Because we're going to New Junk City.
Listen, right? There's Flashpoint is this weird game mode right now because there's only 2 maps, Suravasa or New Junk City. And really, when you talk about Flashpoint, it's just Suravasa. So we're in for a special treat tonight with New Junk City. This is the map choice of TAMU White, so maybe trying to throw a wrench into the plans of UCSC. Thing that kind of concerns me, though, is that Zebra on this Doomfist doesn't feel like they're going to struggle too much on New Junk City. And in fact, it feels like this is an area where they're going to thrive in.
We'll see. Typically, Suravasa tends to be the better Doomfist map when we're talking about Flashpoint. A lot of these points can be a little close quarters. I mean, there's some Flashpoints you get to where you're going to have some room for Zebra. But this first one specifically, I mean, it's a lot of like narrow, hallways that we're looking at right now. And so it's Zebra having to take really good positioning.
Maybe just that little bit more difficult. But we're looking at a much more standard composition this time around. No Anas that's going to hit Riptide with any crazy anti-nades or anything of the sort. You're feeling a lot more emboldened if you're this tank, and even more so, Turtles is doing what they do best on this Cassidy. A2HC struggling to find somewhat of that same impact. Vortex A&M White rotate back over to the point, start encroaching onto that. Try to grab it for yourself. UCSC is going to deny it at the last possible second. Neither side really getting the momentum. Good enough for UCSC here. Reinforcements coming back over. Turtles, seeing them desperately looking for those picks. Same here, but already we're getting them to do Kitsune Rush? What a time for that to have come out, too. Go along with it, giving Texas A&M White's DPS line just what they were looking for.
Yeah, an early and actually very gargantuan Kitsune Rush advantage coming up for To-Do, which basically is going to be the cherry on top and allow A&M White to get the first point cap. However, that's one crucial ult out of the way for UCSC when they come into this next fight to re-engage. So now they can just throw in the Kitsune Rush on their own without any threat of it being countered. However, Almond should get this sound barrier online.
Oh, you did grab Kreffin. Abraxas needs to be like NVM in their impact, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing here. Kind of losing sight of the point a little bit, and UCSC are getting what they need, even without the main support to give them the healing that they're looking for. It's back over to Riptide on this Primal Rage, but they didn't get to the point in time to stop the flip from happening.
Oh, that was close. Gets the jump just out of range in time, and now with that off the board, they can look to re-engage here, but they're going to be facing down a Kitsune Rush, Sam.
They're going to be facing down a Kitsune Rush!
Woo!
Turtles, Deadeye, that's beautiful! And then the sticky magnetic grenade blows the doors wide open for TAMU White to get this Flashpoint back.
Man, Turtles has been on a whole other level when he's been allowed to play this Cassidy, especially in the mirror matchup with J2HC's been on fire. However, UCSC still has NVM's Pulse Bomb, who's just been absolutely out of this world when he gets that ult online, and they're going to have the sound barrier to counter this incoming Kitsune Rush from To-Do.
There, they got to start doing it. They got to start fighting. UCSC is now listening to the beat. The sound of their heart, and now they're hearing the foxes from To-Do again. We see what happened the last time they used it. They need to do it again. NVM's Pulse Bomb, rare for them, but it whiffs in a totally different direction, blowing things up. They don't need no stinking Pulse Bomb. They just need a hope a dream. Now Abraxas has to use theirs to get something, some value, some form of attack here. Because now UCSC gets the point back and it's ticking ever upwards.
That it is, and this is basically final fight. J2HC. It's gonna have the high noon, but he's down.
He's down. Ult denied. Kreffin dealt with and put away. Zebra seeing what impact that they can make, seeing how they can equalize the numbers. But the window is closing shut. Back up into the air with a meteor strike. What? A sound barrier from Almond to prevent anything from being gained off the back of that. And look at how scary this is for NVM. They've been hunted down by Abraxas, and now it's back over. The tank had nothing left to give, nothing else to put forth. Texas A&M White gets the first flashpoint.
And that's just gotta feel really good off the gate, especially with the amount of ults both teams are continuously pushing in, how long these fights were taking to be able to get that first fight. And they're looking for staggers, Sam.
Unbelievable. Every single time one of these teams loses out on a map, Ray, it feels like they come back with something different. And the next one, Turtles again. This Deadeye has found a third kill now. It's crazy what Turtles can do on this Cassidy. They're hunting down Zebra before the point even opens. There's no hope here for UCSC to capture this.
As soon as I saw Zebra punch in like that, I knew it was over. The Turtles was in the perfect position. A&M White gets the first point cap. UCSC's got to look to regroup because they have a lot of tools to re-engage here. The Kitsune Rush High Noon combo could be deadly.
Ooh, that Kreffin protection Suzu was beautiful. It stopped the stick from actually blowing J2HC up and let the Deadeye keep going. It was kind of moot at that stage of the game because UCSC has again lost Zebra. No tank, no tip of the spear, nothing.
Yeah, A&M has taken all that momentum back on their side. NVM goes down, and it's just looking that much more dangerous. High Noon comes out, it's on the speed boost, looking for something.
He's being buried, and they're calling out Orchestra. Isolated, separated, devastated, potentially even. Now it's all eyes on the Cowboy, J2HC. This Tamu White roster is phenomenal, Ray, at picking apart the pieces of this team.
That they are, and we almost got the 1v1 from the forced Kreffin to TP away, and Riptide gets a lot of value out of this primal for once.
We haven't even been fighting on the point, by the way. We've been fighting
No, we haven't.
like point adjacent. Finally for UCSC, they're getting a foothold to start the long climb from the 0 to 100 that they need to make.
Yeah, and the issue they're facing, Sam, is they're not close enough to some of these ultimates that are going to be coming online. A&M can regroup here. They can push them with Kitsune Rush, and they're more than likely going to have the Abraxas Pulse Bomb. So advantage A&M. All they got to do is win one fight to go up 2-0 on this map.
The onslaught needs to start from Texas A&M. They have the ultimate to make it happen. And Abraxas is not too far away from their pulse bomb either. UCSC is in for a struggle, and it's going to be even more difficult because Turtles is firing. It's not a revolver anymore, feeling more like a machine gun. Thankfully for UCSC, they don't get taken out by any of the damage from the pulse bomb, but the grim tidings are now being delivered. Zebra is out of here, and Turtles is looking for anything more that they get to feast upon. This Cassidy is angry. This Cassidy needs to get something here, but they may not be able to do it. Here it comes. Here it is. There it is. Kreffin's Kitsune Rush, all for naught. Texas A&M White. It's all to Zebra. The shoulder, the weight of the world. It crushes them. Flashpoint number 2. Tamu White.
Next, Flashpoint.
We talked about would UCSC be able to continue the absolute, kind of dunk they had on A&M White on Watchpoint Gibraltar. But A&M White has said, no, sirree. This is our map pick. We are going to New Jack City. We're not going to be like those classic Andes and just pick Saravasa. We're going to dominate you on this map. And so far, so good.
So far, phenomenal. Almond's going to give us a quick sound berry. Look at how disciplined Zebra is. while all of this is going on, Turtles is doing what they do best. They've identified who they need to attack and who they need to get rid of, but you've already been dealt a lot of damage and a lot of killing blow. Orchestra, don't Ajax it! Oh, they were so close, Ray. Just a nary bit of health. Just enough to actually be able to let the barrier go through, but it still feels like it's not over yet. Tamu White gets 17% before the point flips.
Yeah, and NVM's going to take out Almond, which basically at this point is going to force A&M to have to back out of this fight. However, A&M is going to be able to re-engage with their ultimate. J2HC is not there yet on the EMP. I mean, talking about that, now they're on the Sombra, trying to hope these hacks can come through big like it did on Gardens back on Oasis.
Yeah, I mean, J2HC just hasn't had the same impact that Turtles is with this Cassidy, and they're doing it again. Turtles headshots, these are just not missing. Riptide so determined. J2AC right there at the EMP, but denied. And the final percentage point, literally one more to go. And it could have shifted everything for UCSC. But instead, Tamu White stands proudly on a recaptured Flashpoint.
This is beautiful just to watch, Sam. Just seeing A&M White all moving on the same page. They know exactly where that Sombra's coming out, and they're just piling on. Even they piled on NVM early in that fight when they knew that the recall was out. Just great comms and great listening.
It's back to the J2HC EMP, and every single time that ultimate goes off, UCSC throws it into overdrive and destroys Tamu White. A little bit of a stagger from Almond, but it was really just to capture the final few percentage.
Yeah, one final fight for UCSC to keep their, get the point. This Kitsune rush, I mean, a lot of ultimates coming online. They're coming up with a 5-stack. Again, this is going to be about limiting how many ults they have to do to retake this point, because they're going to have to win another fight after that to bring this map home.
So many ultimates for Tamu White, and it's already going to be thrown into the board. A Kitsune for a Kitsune. Foxes for Foxes. Turtles hanging out in the background. They know that Zebra's the one. They know that this Deadeye is going to be the one. Tamu White gets there, but UCSC has time.
Oh, do they? These points click up so fast. There's going to be a staggered fight for UCSC. These players are just beginning to respawn. I don't even know if they're going to have a touch.
They don't?
And they don't. A&M White comes back after dropping Gibraltar and absolutely dominates on New Junk City, taking a 2-1 map series lead and puts themselves on series point.
I think there's no misconception about Turtles being the play of the game here. That is an insane Deadeye. It lined up just perfectly for them to get the double kill and then throw the magnetic grenade, and that was just the tower falling over. UCSC never really felt like they recovered from that point on. A perfect map Tamu White just gave us, right? Perfect. 3-0. And this is what you're starting to see. When Riptide doesn't have to worry about an Ana hitting them with anti-nades, and so much more of these obstacles in the way of this Doomfist, to where they can't really go into places that they want to. Where Riptide was struggling on Gibraltar, they are a shining beacon on New Junk City.
That they were, man. It's whew.
I think it was
Just gotta
Turtles,
take a
though.
breath in and out real quick, because I mean, both teams have been fantastic. I did not see Texas A&M coming into New Junk City and absolutely dominating and taking all 3 points just like that. Like, whew, we have ourselves a series, man, and we don't often see UCSC with their backs against the wall like this, but they're going to have to win 2 consecutive maps in a row to take this series. As we mentioned, A&M White now on match point heading into push.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not envying UCSC in the position that they're in. I'm not envying what the Slugs are having to go through. And this push map is everything. They need to pick the right one. And again, you're thinking about, where does Doomfist fit in this narrative that has been spun time and time again by the Slugs? really Esperanza. I mean, that's kind of the standard map that we typically get to go to. Wouldn't be surprised if New Queen Street was banned right off the bat and Coliseo follows up. So you're just kind of looking at Esperanza.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like New Queen Street has been a very strong Doomfist map. So, I mean, does it get banned right away by A&M White? Maybe, but I feel like if that map would be a very favorable one for the Slugs if that's one of the maps they're looking at. I don't think any of these three maps are absolutely horrible for the Doomfist. I mean, Coliseo can be pretty tough with that one long corridor for the Doomfist to be working with, but outside of that, if you take fights and, hang around all that high ground and stuff, it's not so bad on the Doomfist. But I think if you're the Slugs, you probably want New Queen Street or Esperanza bottom line.
We're so close, Ray, to a new push map, and I cannot wait.
Yeah, next season, baby.
Add a little bit more flavor. Add a little bit more something to the mix.
Called it, baby. I called it. A&M bans New Queen Street. I knew they didn't want that map in there. They knew that was the best Doomfist map.
I mean, you got to get rid of New Queen Street, and that's what I'm also saying, right? You look at this map, you look at the way that it's been played. It's actually we haven't gotten to see very much New Queen Street lately. It feels like the push map of the hour in most of competitive Overwatch has been Esperanza over and over. It's just such a good map. Everything fits the mold. It's kind of like the King's Row of push. It fits a lot of different styles of compositions. It's a lot of different styles of looks. It may have to fit in here for UCSC's plans, because that is exactly where we're going to be going, Ray. This is it for them. If they don't take the map, they are done. Nationals for them, the end of the line.
Legitimately, if I was UCSC, I would have been like, we're not going to Coliseo. We cannot afford to do that with the Doomfist composition. So it's like, literally, if they ban Esperanza, we go New Queen Street. If they ban New Queen Street, we're going to Esperanza. Like, I don't think Coliseo was ever on the table. I still will stand by and say New Queen Street's definitely the best Doomfist map to be able, out of the three push maps. But Esperanza is not bad for Doomfist either. But I do think it's going to be a great Winston map as well. So it feels like the tables are more even on this map, where Doomfist good, yes, but Winston also good, yes. Does Winston win, or does Doomfist doom?
That may be the question of the hour, right? Does Winston win? Does Doom doom? It feels like when we're talking about these map picks here, Ray, if it goes to either one of these teams, whichever map they choose, they dominate on. UCSC was a force of nature on Gibraltar, but somehow Tamu White one-upped them on New Junk City. This is it. The quarterfinals, the Champions Division here at NECC Overwatch 2. UCSC, no choice. They need to win this map. Tamu White on series point.
Shoutouts to Abraxas, though, saying he's got a physics final tomorrow, but he's got a 95 in the class right now. You love to see people doing good in their classes. But yeah, once again, no surprises here. Doomfist, and we are going to see the Turtles versus J2HC Cassidy matchup once again. We know Turtles has been winning this matchup so far and forcing J2HC even onto the Sombra. So can he even out the matchup here and start springing some picks together?
They're going to have to. Again, it's just a matter of they need to win out, and J2HC needs to have the impact that Turtles has been having. Feels like they're struggling and lamenting to make this that reality that we're looking for. Both teams are just dancing around the bot, but finally, as I say that, J2HC sings, getting rid of the tank of Riptide. Oh, and they get almond. They heard what I had to say, Ray, and they wanted to put in their own spin on this.
Yeah, as Zebra gets low, they're going to have to get out, but Abraxas finds NVM, which gives a window of opportunity with the robot getting further and further away from the spawns of UCSC for A&M to open up here without having to deal with a Tracer. As now Riptide's going to go over the Orisa. This is what I've been waiting for, Sam. Orisa is so good against Doomfist.
finally, a different look for Tamu White. And finally, for the first time in this entire series, we've seen the Orisa. And look at what is happening to Zebra. They're getting melted through and through. But NVM does have a pulse bomb. And this could cause crazy amounts of chaos. Even more so when you can consider the Kraken. No way did Riptide just eat that pulse bomb. It's not going to matter too much here. Zebra and J2HC are having a heyday of their own. It's going to force Texas A&M White to back off. It was still kind of impressive to see the Golden Pony.
I'm literally starting to question who I've become, Sam. Did I literally just say this is what I've been waiting for on Orisa when all we've been seeing is Orisa recently? Like, I should have just been basking in the fact that we have something new with this Doomfist versus the Winston, but my analytic brain that's like, Doomfist is hurting us. Go Orisa, come on, it's just a good counter. You know what I mean?
Forward spawn was already taken by UCSC. With 7 minutes left on the clock. Zebra goes up in the air, quick meteor strike. This time around, though, it's not going to go onto anyone in particular, rather just looking towards safety. And then re-engage once you go back down on the ground. Maybe pick off someone and slam them away, but Turtles is going to give us a dead eye and zone things out. Look up in the air. Now J2AC has one. They go down below. Dealt a heck of a lot of damage to do. You may not have gotten the kill yourself, but Zebra's always there to pick up the pieces. Brilliant. Brilliant sound barrier. And also brilliance in true fighting form for UCSC. Instead of trying to push the bot, they just play it safe.
Yeah, this is starting to look rough for A&M White. I mean, they're going to be able to re-engage with 3 ults when UCSC is only going to be coming up at a Kitsune rush, so this is really their opportunity, but just look at the distance UCSC has already gained. I mean, I know there's still 6 minutes left in this game, but it's already looking like a bad spot to be in if you're A&M White. Now Turtles going over to the Sombra.
We're getting all kinds of different things out of Tamu White. They know that they need to actually get somewhere along those lines. Riptide's stuck in the window. And Kitsune is not going to help them here. UCSC is in perfect fighting form. Zebra gets out from the hack right in the air. It takes away a lot of the time and a lot of the impact that we're seeking to gain from that ability. And UCSC is just playing Tamu White like a fiddle.
Kitsune rush now coming out for UCSC.
And it's going to be answered in kind with the sound barrier. Braxis, there we go. As a pickoff onto Zebra, but MVM is going to do the same exact thing onto Riptide. Injured by the magnetic grenade, forced to recall from Abraxas. Running a little bit low on the chances to move around as this Tracer. You got to remember the forward spawns are here for Zebra on a Doomfist. So it was like they were never even gone.
And again, this has just been one super long gated fight. Zebra's going to use the Doomfist ult to keep himself alive, but the EMP comes in.
Oh, the EMP is going to be exactly what they needed in their hour of need. Orchestra Sound Barrier is going to do nothing to help the final 3 players of UCSC. But they're so wily and they're so separated from each other. Texas A&M White is struggling to maintain and to grab the picks that they need. Forward spawns once more. Zebra's already going to be back in this fight.
Yeah, close spawns are just coming through so strong. It's going to force out the primal rage from Riptide now.
It's whatever they can do to delay and maybe be able to get some meterage on the board, which, by the way, finally, Texas A&M White is going to get 1 meter on the board, 1.5. That's all UCSC is going to give them.
That felt so. Finally, they get a meter on the board.
Meter and a half.
Almond's gonna have this. Almond's gonna have this sound barrier, but NVM been so good with the pulse buff, is gonna have that online once again. Feels like at this point, A&M has been grasping at straws, and it's 4 minutes still, so there's always a chance of a comeback, but it's looking more and more bleak as this map continues.
Yeah, bleak. I think maybe the kind word here. They do get the sound barrier to help sustain and keep them alive, but Riptide is being absolutely decimated in every single approach. This tank feels like they're made of paper.
And now, I mean, now they just avoid the Kitsune Rush, re-engage, and Almond's down.
You're seeing how this map is working out so brilliantly for UCSC, Ray. Not a lot of obstacles in their way. They get to get right back in their face. Riptide, this is a desperation maneuver once more. You're going to try and make Orisa work. But I reiterate, paper mache.
That it is. I mean, yes, you're getting close to DPS ultimates if you're A&M White, but UCSC is rounding the final corner, and they have 3 ults to be able to use of their own in this fight. There's the High Noon.
The High Noon, zone it out, try to hack Zebra, but guess what? Zebra has Meteor Strike for when things get dicey. J2HC, a masterclass of this Cassidy. Unreal! It's one after another after another. And UCSCA, Ray. I thought it's impressive what Tamu White did, but this feels like, again, the one-up. All of the way on a push map, nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an absolute demolishment that we saw on display from UCSC on this map. I feel like we're getting a trend, Sam, where it's like, after a team gets embarrassed on a map, they come angry in the map after and come back strong. So you would think that's going to bode well for A&M White going into map number 5. And, you know, maybe it's really just coming down to these map picks that these teams feel confident in. But, I mean, it's all going to come down to hybrid. This has just been a giga banger of a match, which has been interesting because normally in a 5-map series, right, where teams are just going at it like this, all the maps tend to be pretty close, but we've been having like lopsided maps toward each team.
It's crazy to think about, right? But UCSC, even with what they've been able to accomplish, it's still 2-2. Right? It's still a tied series, and it's all going to come down to one final map. And then you look back on the beatdown that this team gave them in the conference. A completely different story this time around. Texas A&M White is ready to show what they're made of. And if it's not their map pick, right, they're a little bit shaky. They're a little bit all over the place. They also still have that same fight that UCSC does have on their own maps.
The question is, will A&M White be able to dust themselves off after a dusting they just received from UCSCA on Esperanza and come back locked and loaded into map number 5? We've got ourselves a series, folks. It's 2-2 Champions Nationals. A&M White versus UCSC. We're going to take another quick break. Make sure you catch your breath because I know you guys all must be out of breath after how these maps have been going. We'll be right back right after this.
It is the final map. One more to go. You see SCA, Tamu White, both 2-2. The quarterfinals of the Champions Division here at the Nationals for NECC Overwatch 2. Welcome back, everyone. All of the cards are on the table now, Ray.
That it is, and we got quite an audience. I was looking at the chat during the break, and man, we got like 70 plus viewers viewing this game, which is just absolutely awesome. They're being able to witness such a great game of Overwatch. It's all going to come down to crossing my fingers, not gonna try and curse anything, but this should be our final map. Hybrid is going to be the map choice, but that's a lot of variability. It's not like the last two where it's like push and Flashpoint where there's not a lot to pick from. Hybrid, there is a vast amount of maps, so these bans and pick phases are going to be important for these teams. We're going to have to see.
I'm going to be honest with you, Ray. It feels like it's been years since I've seen Hybrid. It's been a really, really long time since we've gotten to cast over a Hybrid map. I can't even remember any of them except for King's Row. Kidding, obviously, but it's been that long. And you've been seeing also a lot of what's happening at the forefront. You look at the different avenues of what's going on in Overwatch. You've been seeing a lot of Midtown. King's Row is obviously still at the the big talk of the town from when it comes to these hybrid maps.
Midtown just got banned by A&M.
Well, there you go.
So no Midtown today.
No Midtown happening. I'm not going to pack my bags to New York.
Love to go to New York. I've never been. Feels like it'd be a great time.
I think I would too, but we're still waiting on getting that map pick in. This time around, it is Texas A&M's map pick. For some reason, when one of these teams picks a map, they are so unbelievably strong on it that it makes me wonder what's going on here. If we have some like sports betting going on in the background, but regardless, Ray, the ways that these maps have been playing has been so weird.
Oh, yeah, it's been very weird. So a little mix up here. SC banned Midtown and Texas A&M banned Numbani. So we have the map pick officially coming in from A&M White, and they have chosen to take us to Hollywood. So pack your bags. We're going to California.
It's not a lot. We went from potentially one corner of the United States to the other corner. So Los Angeles this time around. A good Winston map, though, right? That's what we've been seeing almost exclusively.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
From Tamu White. Dude,
Doomfist on second point, like that is going to be very hard to make work if you are UCSC, but first and third should be okay, but the main thing for UCSC is going to be able to make sure they can get through second point without having to waste a serious amount of time.
The Slugs are going to have to figure out what they're made of and if they're ready to take this rematch like they were able to in previous matchups against Texas A&M White prior. This is Texas A&M White's chance to prove to all what they're made of, who they are, and avenge themselves. At the very least here, though, Ray, it wasn't the 4-1 that happened during the conference. It's at worst going to be that 3-2, but you are not wanting to get knocked out in the quarterfinals.
That you are not, Sam. That you are not, and we are getting you guys loaded into Hollywood here in just a second. And the greatest part is, Sam, it's nighttime Hollywood. I love the way this Hollywood map looks at nighttime as we get this beautiful picture of the Hollywood skyline at night. It's just beautiful purple sky.
Ready for battle.
UCSCA, Texas A&M White, Texas A&M showing off, maybe showing off a little bit of that new ball. We're still in the spawn room, of course, so just hovering over it. Yeah, there it is. Almost got the Ray. We almost got to see a new Wrecking Ball.
Which is interesting because I had thought that there was potential for the Wrecking Ball to do well with the new rework, but after talking with some players about it and like realizing why it's not as good as we would have thought. It kind of makes sense because the adaptive shields, like being able to apply it to your teammates, is cool and all, but a lot of ball players pointed out you're mostly using adaptive shields to be getting out of fights, so you're not really looking to stay in once you popped it.
Yeah, it's not the engagement tool, but we're already engaging from Texas A&M White. UCSCA, both teams, 2-2. Whoever wins here gets to move on into the semifinals. But down the bubble, Riptide's still hurting massively, as Anna's having to go upstairs to try and heal in tandem with their Brigette Almond. Go down below, but they're still stuck here. There's nowhere for them to go. They need to fight away for Riptide to get back over here and to eventually make that possible. Riptide, it was just so much. Again, this damage is so concentrated and so potent. They falter time and time again. What a sleep. Maybe they can get Zebra here? The disruptor shot slowed him down, but it didn't get them.
Yeah, and I feel like they're just continuing to stagger here. If you're the side of A&M, you got to look to just completely reset here. That's the thing. I like the idea of taking the high ground, but I feel like they were just staying up there too long. I feel like at some point, if you're to do, you need to look for a big nade and force Zebra away from your team and allow you to look for some dives. Get on top of J2HC, which is surprising to see Turtles on the Sojourn for this map instead of the Cassidy.
That's what I was thinking too. But for UCSC, they're playing it perfectly. Playing it just like they did on Esperanza. Just back off. Land an insane stick. UCSC already putting a line in the sand and daring Tamu White to cross it.
Getting very close to that. Nano going to use it already.
Oh, and they jump right on top of it, but Zebra is throwing in haymaker after haymaker. Anything that was dared to be dreamed of gained has just been ripped away.
Yeah, because in the meantime, yeah, you get their Kiriko, but the rest of your team is just down during all of that, and this is just making it that much tougher. The Doomfist has this Ana and this Brig that you can constantly go after, and they just haven't been able to deter him enough with the sleeps, with the anti-nades. Zebra is just having himself a map.
Alright, what an anti-nade, but there is the protection Suzu to clean it out. Riptide goes down once more, but Abraxas may have just done something with that pulse bomb. It's nothing. It's all feeling like nothing from Texas A&M White. Pure, just chaos.
My lord, Sam. NVM, another pulse bomb, had literally just used it on Almond in that fight and got another one. That was absolutely ridiculous. As now it's forcing changes at A&M White. They're going to go over to the Lucio Kiriko variant, which I think it should have just been the case from the beginning. I'm not a fan of the Brig on this map.
Nobody saw Zebra just chilling out right there in the corner. They're going to fight back. Turtles giving us the overclock. Almond is going to take care of AVM, but you're looking up towards the skies above. A2HC throws out the Deadeye. Riptide inside of their primal rage. It's all for naught once more. Turtles goes down onto the grounds below. Whatever momentum that Texas A&M White was building up for themselves is not going to give them much. They're starting to lose it inch by inch, second by second here. Riptide's pick off onto J2HC may have been able to gain it back over. It's time for Turtles to go back down onto the ground. Zebra's finally been dealt with by Abraxas. Now all that's left to do is take care of these stragglers.
Yeah, it should just be cleanup. Yeah, they get Orchestra, and that's going to be the point cap, but that was a lot of time taking out the clock. But this is where A&M White should have the advantages on the second point. Winston should naturally be able to take command of this high ground a lot easier than the Doomfist, so this is A&M's opportunity to make up a lot of time coming in this next point. However, NVM, another pulse bomb. Backline, watch out. However, they're not as susceptible because they're on Kiriko Lucio now.
NBM can instill the fear of this pulse bomb to Tamu White. Like you said, at Kiriko could be the world of differences the team was looking for, but the world comes crashing down all around them as reality sets in once more. It's MVM after all. It's UCSC after all.
As Zebra's gonna just barely get out. Nice Suzu coming in, as it felt like NVM was like, look, your support line's pretty nimble, pretty hard to get a post bomb on. Would be kind of unfortunate if I got your Sojourn and just absolutely ripped through them. A&M White, 5 ults to be able to use in this next fight, however.
Riptide needs to go up to gain the benefits of this Kitsune rush and just to be able to stay alive or safe. But there's no safety. Not when MVM is here. Not when MVM is doing what they do best, taking down everyone in their sight lines.
This is absolutely ridiculous. NVM is putting on an MVP performance. It just feels like every fight they're coming through with big plays time and time again. Another pulse bomb for them to be able to work with. However, Turtles has the overclock and there are no support ultimates for UCSC.
High noon, K2HC may not have gotten much. Oh my goodness, the protection Suzu at the last second, but this overclock just whittled away. You're trying your best, you're trying to get value outside of it, but UCSC would rather just give up the space and then just cleave right through all of them. Finally for Tamu White, they found the fight inside of themselves. They just need to do it with 13 more seconds left to go.
I mean, you say that, Sam, but they're down 2 as Turtles is now going to swap over to Cassie, which gets to Sombra. Okay, that will be able to get back a lot faster. Final fight for A&M to gain some distance. They got to hope Abraxas gets his pulse bomb and makes something happen.
Oh, Riptide is just a hair's breadth away from going back into the spawn room. They just went in for the haircut. They're out of here. Tamu White is out of here. UCSC putting on a dominant performance in Hollywood and more than ready to close out this map to go into the semifinals.
They set themselves up with a perfect win condition, and that is a very favorable spot for them to be able to reach. Can A&M muster up the energy it's going to take? You know, Hollywood can be a map where you find yourself stuck and first point held, but man, this just Doomfist dive has just been so deadly, and it feels like NVM has taken his play on a whole nother level coming into this map 5.
They know what's on the line, Ray. They know what happens if they lose. There's only one choice, one option for NVM, for UCSC, and that is to win.
I 100% agree with you there, Sam, but the funny part is, I mean, with the way the bracket turned out, man, whoever wins this, they are going to be facing a juggernaut next week, whether it's Mizzou or Wesleyan. Like, those are 2 juggernauts in the collegiate scene, so you may be able to relax and celebrate for tonight, but you're going to have to prepare for a juggernaut next week. But we look to see what A&M is going to do on this defense, and they're going to go back to the old brass, which is putting Turtles on that Cassidy.
It's worked so many times before for Texas A&M White. The Sojourn, nowhere near what Turtles was able to accomplish on this Cassidy. So this may just be the difference maker. UCSC was bullying Tamu and may feel like they are going to continue to bully once more. Turtles giving up some of that high ground positioning to play a little bit safer. Don't want to be caught out by Zebra. You absolutely do not want to be isolated away from the rest of the team. Small poke damage from MVM. Things are looking pretty decent for Texas A&M White. It's just Riptide continuing to be this early initial target that suffers over and over.
Yeah, that's a great first fight. I mean, it doesn't really matter when you've completely cleaned up the rest of the team. And Creffin going down, that is just great news coming out for A&M White. But that's only 25% of the time being taken away. They got to continue this pressure. They cannot allow Zebra to take space. They have to be proactive about keeping this high ground.
Now under 3 minutes, Abraxas putting on the mantle, taking the cape for themselves, trying to push Texas A&M White to a position where they are going to win this map of Hollywood. So far from over, Ray. And even with how impressive UCSC was, Texas A&M White Not done yet.
That they are not. The stick comes in, but a great Suzu.
It's always these Suzus. Changes everything. And it may have been just what they needed, but what they need and what they're getting are two totally different things. Because J2HC is firing on all cylinders. This cowboy is showing up and showing out. UCSCA, point A.
And that's going to give them such a big time bank and only 94 meters to have to get on the second point. This is spelling doom for Texas A&M. But as we mentioned, especially defensively here, having this high ground naturally, and Zebra has to make the effort on the Doomfist to take it away. It's a lot tougher on Doomfist to be able to do that.
Okay. Careful around the Deadeye. That bubble was perfect. And they... Tamu White team playing around it, away from the Deadeye. Riptide, it's one of their own. May be able to walk away with the second one. Almond's there for the pickup and for the cleanup. Now it's time to go for as many as you possibly can. This time bank, this timer, their worst enemy right now.
That it is, as I'm just like nervously watching this time bank and the fight, Sam, because this has just been such a tight series. Look at this, J2HC on the Widow. A&M, careful. Do not let him find a pick.
Don't let it happen here.
Okay,
All right.
okay.
It was
Back
just
to Sagacity.
It was just for a split second. Now we're gonna have the orchestra. Wait a minute, you're gonna go Deadeye down onto the ground like that? It takes away a lot of the overhealing from Orchestra's sound barrier, and Almond is gonna put one forward again. These pulse bombs, NVM and Zebra. This is a duo, a tank and a DPS that's ready to see the slugs for a semifinals.
Whew! This is ridiculous. One final fight for A&M to keep their hopes alive. They're not going to, I mean, they're going to have a Kasune rush, but Creffin has it online already. To-do has not built up to it yet.
All right, it's right there. 17 meters to go. Creffin is going to pop the Kiriko ultimate. UCSC swarming, devastating, dominating, piece by piece, dismantling Texas A&M White. They're gonna have to put in a Kasune of their own, and they're gonna need to try and get some of that same value. Turtles sees J2HC, but they're hurting in ways of their own. Zebra goes right in, fights as best as they can, and they're making it happen. They're making it work. Nowhere that they can go. Riptide, no health left to give. Texas A&M, no breath left to give. UCSC, only one thing on their mind. The semifinals accomplished. They're going to it. One-way ticket punched here. In a 3-2 series, it's Texas A&M White.
Man, what a series from both of these teams. That's got to be devastating for A&M when they had UCSC on the ropes, but they're able to rattle off 2 map wins in a row. This Doomfist competition was just so potent. Man, they're just so good at it. Zebra, just absolutely insane with it, and they play around them so well. But shout outs to UCSC. I mean, as I mentioned, they're just this team who knows who they are and just plays to that to a T.
And we were talking about the incredibly difficult week that's going to happen in the semifinals. This is also interesting, Ray, because we need to talk about this. Because UCSCA is now going to have to take on Illinois Wesleyan Titans, who beat out Mizzou Esports 3-1. One of the strongest teams in the Champions Division has been dismantled by IWT. And so, if you're UCSC, you gotta be sweating a little bit.
Yeah, that is going to be a very tough match. I mean, Illinois Wesleyan is just one of those titans, as we talked about, in the collegiate scene. So this is not going to be any kind of easy match. But they get to celebrate tonight, Sam, because they are going to the semifinals. Their preparations will begin tomorrow. And it's still kind of early on the West Coast. It's only 9 over there. They got a little bit of time to celebrate.
You have a little bit of time to celebrate. You're a semifinals team. You have beaten Texas A&M White once more. We did go the whole distance, so that just goes to show that Tamu White has a clear understanding of what this team likes to play. You give UCSC an inch, you're gonna take a mile. They were running it all through. And it was really shown very clearly here in the final 2 maps of Esperanza and Hollywood, just how phenomenal they play in abusing Tamu White, especially Riptide. Riptide wasn't having the same impact that we saw from them on Oasis or New Junk City.
That they were not. And whew, what a series we just witnessed from both of those teams. A&M White, all things considered, a very successful season. Feels bad that you go down, but the UCSC, they're feeling pretty good. Let's go ahead and pull up the bracket now that it's been updated. Terps getting that victory over Arcadia. William and Mary, no surprise, another big time, collegiate Overwatch team getting the victory over SNHU. And as we mentioned, Illinois Wesleyan gets that victory over Mizzou, which is a big upset. So, UCSC, you're in for a tough one next week.
I mean, I don't envy any of these teams right now. It's going to be a semifinals of epic proportions, and that just leads you to wonder what the heck could be happening in the grand finals itself. Regardless, one of these 4 teams that you're looking at on the screen are going to be duking it out hardcore next week. It's not going to be something that you want to miss, Ray. So this is a big reminder to hit that follow button. Get notifications to when we go live. Make sure to follow us on socials. This is going to be pure cinema.
Could not agree with you more, Sam. But with that is going to pretty much wrap up everything for this broadcast. Thank all of you for tuning in to watch. Thank you to Chef Billy and Bolskunk, who did a fantastic job on the 2 earlier series. And thank you to Hippie and Caroline behind the scenes, running the observing and the prod. And once again, I'm just going to thank you guys once again. We had a lot of people tuning into the chat to watch this game and the previous games. So we wouldn't be doing what we do if it wasn't for you. We would just be talking mindlessly at a camera. So with that, we bid you adieu, and make sure to tune in next week as we go to the big LAN in Dallas for a lot of these teams. It's going to be a fantastic event. Make sure not to miss that, but we will see you guys on the next broadcast.